let's remain standing, honorable members, for a short prayer and meditation. Thank you very much. You may be seated. Okay, can we start our meeting, honorable members? Rekasimul. Thank you. Rekasimul na. Okay, good morning, Honorable Premier, members of the Executive Council, members of the Provincial Legislature, the Chief Whip, leaders of political parties, ladies and gentlemen, baagi ba Gauteng le baeng ba rona, ra le amogela bo botlhe, dumelang. Announcements, Thobela MEC, sanibonani. Announcements, there are none. However, honorable members, we have member statements. There are announcements. Do you have an announcement? No, I don't have that in front of me. Let me just check with the desk. No, thank you very much for your patience, honorable members. There are announcements. So, Honorable Muri.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings, colleagues. Greetings to our visitors today. I rise today on behalf of Action SA to announce that Dr. Tebogo Solomon Letlape MP has tabled before the National Assembly intention to introduce the Parliamentary and Provincial Medical Aid Scheme Amendment Bill, a bold step towards restoring fairness, accountability and choice in public service. The bill seeks to end the outdated practice of compulsory membership in the exclusive permit medical aid scheme for members of Parliament and other public office bearers. Instead, it proposes a voluntary system allowing public representatives to choose whether to remain on permit, join another scheme, or use public healthcare services like the citizens we serve. For too long, public office bearers have been shielded from the realities of South Africa's collapsing public healthcare system. This entrenches a double standard, one where we enjoy the elite access while millions wait in overcrowded clinics and hospitals. The current system is not only unaffordable, with monthly deductions running into thousands of rands, but also unjust for those who neither want nor need permit. The bill is about more than affordability. It's about accountability. If we are serious about fixing public health care system, we must be willing to experience it ourselves. Only then will we have the urgency and empathy required to drive meaningful reform. I call on all members of this House across party lines to support the bill. Let us lead by example. Let us stand with the people that we serve. Members have until the 28th of September to provide comment on the bill via speaker@parliament.gov.za or parliament@actionsa.org.za. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Muri. Honorable members, we don't have any MEC statements in terms of Rule 79, subsection 1. However, we do have member statements in terms of Rule 81, subsection 1. And I have allowed all of them. There's nine. Member Van Dijk.
Thank you, Speaker. Good morning, everyone in the House. Our roads are turning into a bloodbath out there. In just a week, 14 lives have been lost on Gauteng roads in just 3 separate incidents. Before this, we already witnessed multiple deaths and injuries caused by ongoing taxi violence in our province. Our road infrastructure is in a terrible state. Traffic signals, traffic lights, completely broken. Some abandoned and some vandalized. Our roads are still littered with potholes, despite what the Mayor of Joburg might think. And when they are fixed, the work is subpar and they just reopen. For the past 8 years, Beyers-Naudé Highway on and off-ramp has not had functioning signals. And for the last 2 months, those signals have now been removed and replaced with stop signs. In the east of Gauteng, High Road and Great North, 23 signals are not working. It's no wonder drivers feel that they only have a 50-50 chance of making it home. It's not only collapsing infrastructure, but our metro police departments are no longer respected or feared. Everywhere you look, metro officers are conducting stop-and-go operations, and no vehicles are impounded, because there's actually no way to take the impounded vehicles in our cities anymore. So that's a number of unroadworthy vehicles that continue to drive on our roads and just flip over on our highways, like we saw last week when 5 people lost their lives. According to reports from the Road Traffic Management Corporation, 6,310 fatal crashes occurred in Gauteng just last year. We must do better and we must do more as a province. A DA-led Gauteng provincial government would immediately impound unsafe vehicles, stop the illegal sale of driver's license, and impose heavy fines on those who overload their vehicles, and finally arrest those who drive recklessly. A zero-tolerance approach to corruption on our roads and logistics industry will be implemented. Imagine arriving in Gauteng for the G20 summit. You're a foreign diplomat. Getting off the plane, not only are you feeling unsafe because of our high levels of crime, but now you also have to feel unsafe because you may hit a pothole, you may go through a traffic signal that is not working, and your life may just be lost on our roads. We have to do better. Our residents deserve to live on our roads. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Honourable Msimanga.
Madam Speaker, good morning to you and good morning to Badudi ba Gauteng. You look very radishly in your green attire today, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to pass that. Madam Speaker, the fact that half of Gauteng's government departments received a clean audit is something that we take acknowledge of. But another half is something that is of great concern and of great worry. The fact that you have ongoing crisis in the departments, and we've only started playing musical chairs and not addressing what the Auditor General has recommended as things to be done in the department is something of great concern. We have heard, the head of departments being moved from one department to another, and those problems still persist. We are now asking, Madam Speaker, are we really serious about taking the plight of the people of Gauteng serious? Are we really serious about ensuring that we curb the issues of unauthorized expenditure and wasteful expenditure in Gauteng and ensure that money can actually then be channeled towards serving the people of Gauteng? 4.3 billion rand of unauthorized expenditure is something that is now coming through. This is something that is of great concern and needs to be addressed. Premier Lesufi, you have said that dealing with the issues of clean government is going to be a priority. And we are asking you, instead of playing musical chairs, deal decisively with issues of supply chain management, deal decisively with people that have been fingered year in, year out in wrongdoing. Don't move them to other departments. Get rid of them. Let's get competent people in place. Let's change the system so that we're able to then get supply chain management working the way that it's supposed to be working in Gauteng. Let's save the millions of rands and the billions of rands to make sure that ultimately it goes where it needs to then go. It cannot be that the Department of Education, Sports, Arts and Culture and other departments are still struggling while you are sitting in an office that is getting clean audit. It means that there is something that can be done and should be done. We're asking you to look into that, and we are going to be asking questions in terms of where is the impact in terms of all this unauthorized expenditure? What kind of actions has actually been taking place? Are there any kind of follow-ups that are coming from the Auditor General or recommendations from the Auditor General's office that have been implemented, and what is then the outcomes thereof? That is the only way that we can then ensure that there's accountability here in Gauteng, and we can save money, and we can ensure that not only are we celebrating half of the departments, but we can celebrate all the departments. That's what we want to then see happening, and that's what we're going to need to then engage and respond to. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Msimanga. Honorable Mfikwe, I'm told that you'll be reading Honorable Mkwe's member statement. Proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, Honorable Premier, MECs, Honorable members, and Gauteng residents. Madam Speaker, she was going to rise today to highlight the remarkable progress of the Ntirisano Outreach Program, a flagship initiative led by the Office of our Premier that has become a model of responsive and people-centered governance in Gauteng. Honourable members, Ntirisano is more than an outreach program. It is a governance instrument that bridges the gap between communities and government. Through weekly visits to communities, our Premier and members of the Executive Council engage directly with residents, hear their concerns firsthand, and ensures that service delivery blockages are attended to without delay. This ensures that government is not distant, but present where people live, work, and struggle daily. The Office of our Premier has institutionalized this program, ensuring that commitments made during these engagements are tracked, monitored, and reported on. From repairing essential infrastructure to resolving housing disputes to unblocking issues of water and electricity supply, Ntirisano has demonstrated the capacity of a caring government that acts swiftly and decisively. Honourable Speaker, Ntirisano exemplifies the vision of the ANC-led government, governance that is accountable, accessible, and effective. It also highlights the central role of the Office of our Premier in coordinating departments, municipalities, and state entities to act with one voice in saving the people. As we continue to strengthen this program, we affirm our conviction that a government which listens, responds, and delivers is the most powerful tool to restore public confidence and advance our people's dignity. Read on behalf of Member Honourable Linteng Mekwe. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Mfikwe. You remain standing, please, for your own member statement.
For my own. Hey, Madam Speaker, keep easy. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise to pay homage to the eye operation that our Minister Aaron Motsoaledi made. On behalf of the ANC's Health and Wellness Study Group, I rise to commend the recent successful eye operation undergone by our Minister of Health, Dr. Aaron Motsoaledi, at St. John's on the 4th of September 2025. Honourable members, Dr. Motsoaledi could have chosen a private hospital or even sought care abroad. eye care abroad. Instead, he placed his trust on our public health system in the capable hands of a predominantly young team of medical professionals who were trained in our own facilities. This is a powerful statement, Madam Speaker, of confidence in the quality, resilience, and potential of our public institutions that serves millions of South Africans daily. This moment also highlights the importance of prevention and early detection. The Minister has urged all South Africans to prioritize regular eye screenings because conditions like cataracts and glaucoma can be treated before they cause unnecessary blindness. This strengthens our trust in our system and resolves the ANC to build a healthcare system that is people-centered, proactive, and accessible to all. Madam Speaker, we also wish to express our sense of pride that Chris Hani Baragwanath, Africa's largest hospital, continues to lead in specialist care while partnering with initiatives such as Belu Pepper Healthcare Train, which brings free eye tests and affordable glasses to our undeserving communities. As the ANC Health and Wellness Study Group, Madam Speaker, we reaffirm our commitment to strengthening public public healthcare in our province and across the nation. Dr. Mutwaledi's decision to consult public facilities and subsequent recovery are not only personal milestones, they are a reaffirmation of our collective belief that public healthcare belongs at the center of our democratic project. As leaders of the ANC, we strongly believe that standing with our people in public hospitals affirms that these institutions are the heartbeat of our democracy and a promise of a better life to all. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Member Mahlabe?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, Honourable Premier, members of the legislature, and as well as the citizens of Gauteng. Let me acknowledge the presence of the military veterans representatives in the gallery as well. Speaker, South African military veterans are entitled to benefits including the military veterans pension, free and subsidized healthcare, skills acquisition and employment support, housing assistance, entrepreneurial support, and burial support as mandated by the Military Veterans Act of 2011. Till this day, many veterans still find it difficult to navigate the Veterans Affairs benefit system and accessing appropriate care that can be complex and difficult for them. Having programs aimed to create sustainable economic opportunities and projects for veterans, their families, is one important aspect of empowering them for their families. As Umkhonto weSizwe Party, we are convinced that the government of the day is still not doing enough to empower military veterans. We urge the Gauteng government not to be biased when they service the military veterans. They must never use political affiliation and patronage to punish those who hold a different view or affiliated to political parties that oppose the government of the day. As part of that, of acknowledging the sacrifices that the military veterans have made, we believe that the Premier must be directly involved in the projects that are meant to empower them, to expedite the issues that directly involve the military veterans. In particular, Premier, would actually want to urge you that work had already been done under the auspices of Honorable MEC Mamabolo. We actually of the view that he must continue doing that work because much ground was already covered under him. We know that the task has been moved to MEC Matume, but we feel that we are going to be retrogressing in terms of the achievements that have already been made. Gauteng government must put in place clear and visible integration plans for military veterans as part of empowerment, access to training, and developmental interventions through SETAs, private sector services, as well as other government departments. That must be of priority to empower them as a tool. Creating conducive environment for job opportunities in various government departments and private sector through memorandum of understanding and partnership agreements. These are other crucial methods that we are proposing to accelerate the process of attending to the issues of military veterans. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Honourable Mori. Let me just be on record, Honourable Ngobeni. Yes, you may proceed. I just wanted to be on record. You may proceed, Honourable Ngobeni.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. Firstly, we want to welcome the tone of the Premier recently when he speaks about the lawlessness that is happening in our province, and we are committing to support you in the endeavor that you are going into of reclaiming some of our townships, informal settlements from people that have hijacked them. But Premier, 6 months ago, he also promised that hijacked buildings will be reclaimed through the Expropriation Act. You spoke of agency, you spoke of action, you spoke of restoring dignity. Yet today, from the written reply that we received from you, there is no plan, there's no budget, there's no criteria, there's no timeline. Vulnerable residents remain trapped in these unsafe, unsanitary buildings, while criminal syndicates tighten their grip on our cities. I think we all agree that Johannesburg, Tshwane, and Ekurhuleni are not war zones. They are the beating heart of our economy, and home to millions of law-abiding South Africans. To surrender them to lawlessness is simply not an option. So, Premier, we are just asking that you provide a full disclosure of hijacked buildings earmarked for expropriation. Let's provide a transparent criteria for prioritization, a clear funding strategy, and a time-bound plan with measurable outcomes. I think with these steps, government can turn rhetoric into action and restore confidence in its leadership. Gauteng deserves agency, deserves clarity, not empty assurances. As Action SA, we are committed, we are availing ourselves to work constructively with this government, with all the stakeholders, to reclaim our CBDs, not for us as politicians, not for syndicates, but for the people of Gauteng. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ngobeni. Honorable Masilela, I believe she is online. Honorable Masilela.
Dear Speaker, thank you, Speaker. Madam Speaker, Mtwana Eskoleni is a year-long campaign by public representatives of the economic freedom fighters aimed at enhancing oversight and fostering collaboration between the Department of Education and public representatives as they perform their oversight functions. This campaign has seen EFF public representatives in Gauteng traverse the province visiting schools and engaging in meaningful discussion to elevate the concerns of the schools to the Department of Education. Mtwane's calling fosters meaningful opposition where members of the opposition engage with the department to resolve challenges that hinder teaching and learning. The initiative has shown a spotlight on schools such as Nemel Pierce Secondary and J. Matawane Secondary, both at risk due to challenges related to drugs and violence. Madam Speaker, there are also schools like Mazo Primary School in Hammanskraal, where the entire premises is covered in feces due to collapsed sewer system. Many schools in the province appear to suffer from the failing and collapsed sewer system, as observed during our oversight visits. At Bachana Mokwene in Garangwa, parts of the school have been rendered unusable because they are submerged by a wetland. As a result, grade R learners have been missing school as their classes have been most affected. All these challenges require an immediate, concrete, unified, and coordinated plan to address the urgent infrastructural needs of our schools. Madam Speaker, we as the EFF propose that the Department of Education, in collaboration with the Department of Infrastructure Development, develop a joint working committee to refurbish school infrastructure in older schools. The working committee will be tasked with agent assessing deterioration school infrastructure and developing a plan that empowers schools to take charge of their own infrastructure, utilizing the expertise of Department of Infrastructure, the A team. This collaboration we want to see improve infrastructure and serve the people of Gauteng, Madam Speaker. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Masilela. Honorable Musai, she is also online. Honorable Musai.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The ANC-led government proudly announced the significant achievements scored by the provincial government, particularly the excellent departments. This success is attributed to the dedication of the men and women who work tirelessly to combat high levels of inequalities, poverty, and unemployment, which incessantly hinder our economy and undermine it. A total of 8 departments achieved clean audit outcomes for 25 financial. These are Office of the Legislature, Treasury, Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, E-Government, Economic Development, Safety and Transport and Logistics. Honorable members, I would like to commend...
Honorable Musai, your line is very bad. Honorable Musai, can you move closer to your mic, please, and proceed?
Can you hear me, Madam Speaker?
Yes, you're much better. Please proceed.
All right, I'm going to switch off my...
well. Should I start from where I left off or from the beginning?
Yeah, proceed from where you left off. Thanks.
Madam Speaker, one of the aims of this ANC-led government of provincial unity is to work effectively and efficiently to improve the socio-economic conditions of the Gauteng City region. We are committed to resolve predicaments related to poverty and inequalities in the Gauteng province, aligning with the ANC's critical call for social transformation. Our goal is to push back the frontiers of poverty through economic empowerment. Honorable members, Gauteng is taking the lead in reviving economic reconstruction and recovery. This enormous step is underscored by the extraordinary clean audit of these several provincial departments and their entities, representing a historic success for social impact. The ANC-led government of provincial unity plays an important role in providing services to underprivileged communities across Gauteng. This clean audit represents a win for the province inhabitants. We salute and congratulate the departments and entities for their outstanding contributions to the advancement of Gauteng. Indeed, this is a positive story to tell. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Musai. Honorable members, those are the member statements that we had. Motion without notice in terms of Rule 120, there's none. Notice of a motion given in terms of Rule 121, there's none. We have amongst ourselves, honorable members, stakeholders who are TUT students. They are in linguistics field. We have, as the legislature, partnered with universities for students who are in the field of linguistics, and they're here basically to understand how the Hansard system works. You are welcome, but I also need to remind you gently that you do not take part in the proceedings in the House. That also includes taking pictures using your phone. Your cooperation is appreciated. Apologies, honorable members. We have quite a number of apologies. The Portfolio Committee of Social Development, all of the members are out of the country. Honorable Letsoalo and Honorable Nkomora Lekgoko are part of the AIDS Council that is currently taking place in Ekurhuleni. Honorable Mbali Hlophe has a standing apology. She's on maternity leave. Honorable Tulani Kunene will be joining us around 12 o'clock, I think. Honorable Gentile is off sick, so is Honorable Jade Miller. Honorable Silias is on urgent party business. Honorable Chabalala Kingsall is on party business as well. Honorable Nico Diacher is out of the province together with the chair of chairs and members who were approved to attend the Conference on Public Administration and Development. And Honorable Offense Matzebatela is on family responsibility leave. Yeah, that takes care of the apologies. No, there's more. Honorable Ali is... Oh, yeah. Honorable Ali is also with the chair of chairs. MEC Chilwani is attending the International Film Festival in Canada. The Honorable Deputy Speaker is also out of the country. Honorable Meso is also unable to join us due to urgent party business. Now, that does take care of all the apologies that I have received. Honorable members, we now move to questions for... Yes, Honorable Smilga?
Sorry, ma'am. You mentioned that there are other members that went. Does that include Member Sarota as well? Because he's part of the delegation that is in Cape Town.
Yes.
Okay,
I
thank
said
you.
the entire delegation.
No, but he says other members, ma'am. Come on. I just wanted to make sure that every member is actually covered.
The entire delegation.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
It will be recorded as such. Honorable members, I want to call for peace between Honorable Msimanga and MEC Mail. And if this does not stop, then I will make it an order of the House. Thank you very much. Okay, honourable members, we now move to questions for oral reply to the Premier in terms of Rule 138. Honourable Mikwe, I don't know if you're still representing her. Yes. Honourable Fikwe? Honourable Fikwe? Okay.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Yes, she did ask me to do her job today. So I hope the people at the salaries are noting so that half of her salary comes to me. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. On behalf of Honourable Mekwe, with reference to the Premier stated commitment to reclaim hijacked buildings, particularly in the Johannesburg CBD, and the broader program to restore law and order in illegally occupied properties, can the Premier please, 1, provide an update on the total number of hijacked or illegally occupied buildings that have been successfully reclaimed or are in the process of being reclaimed across Gauteng, and outline the specific measures undertaken to achieve this. 2, what role have provincial departments, municipalities, law enforcement agencies, and the crime prevention wardens played in these interventions? And how is intergovernmental coordination being ensured? And the last one, what are the short to medium-term plans, including commitments made during the recent convened Investor Summit and urban renewal initiatives aimed at redeveloping reclaimed buildings, stimulating economic activity, and ensuring long-term prevention of illegal occupations? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Mfikwe. Honourable Premier.
Thanks so much, Madam Speaker, and thanks so much, Madam Fikwe, on behalf of Member Mekwe. And I'll also take this question to respond to Member Ngobeni. I want to remember one question. I made the member statement, but it's a question. So let me give an update, Member Ngobeni. Through the cooperation agreements that we've just signed, that include SAPS, Gauteng Provincial Government and Municipalities, which we signed last year, 2024, a comprehensive plan to deal with hijacked buildings has been developed and is being implemented. The 5 pillars of this strategic plan, Member Ngobeni, include intelligence, proactive policing, combat operations, crime investigation, and communication. I'll specifically move into the city of Johannesburg. I think that's the part that has been asked for too long. In the city of Johannesburg in particular, a multidisciplinary task team exists to deal with hijacked buildings or illegal buildings. The Johannesburg Property Company Special Project Unit is currently preparing to take over 22 buildings in the inner city with an intention to release them via tender so that they can be rehabilitated. The release aims to redevelop the buildings and parcels of land into mixed-use development through a public-private partnership. It is anticipated that the buildings will be out to tender by the end of October 2025. So there is a plan, Member Ngobeni, and the deadline, as you have requested. One building, the Moth Building, has been successfully evacuated and reclaimed. The other 2 buildings that were planned to be evacuated were paused as the identified alternative accommodation was not sufficient enough. As such, alternative accommodation has been made available, and then the reclaiming of these buildings will then resume again. The city, through its Human Settlements Department, is working on providing alternative accommodation in areas where we intend to reclaim the hijacked buildings. The city has a priority list of buildings intended for evacuation or to be returned to the city. The city has also identified vacant, privately owned buildings to respond to hijacked buildings and to partner with the private sector in this regard. Member Mfikwe, in terms of your question 2, Coordination is currently taking place through the presidential intervention in the presidential working groups and sub-working groups to attend to all the roles that need to be played by provincial government, municipalities, law enforcement agencies, and the crime prevention wardens. This presidential working group has identified the urgent need to deploy 50 crime prevention wardens across the CBD as part of the cleanup campaigns. We've also resolved, as part of a joint program led by MEC Mamabulo, to declare Fridays as G13 Fridays and attend to all matters that are related to G13 within the CBD areas. Through the Safety and Security Sub-Working Committee, the intention is to integrate crime wardens with SAPS, JMPD, and private sector securities, just to name the few, through the City Improvement District. It is also intended to establish an integrated team where agencies working within the CBD can ensure that our residents are safe within the CBD. In terms of question 3 of short-term and medium-term, in terms of short-term, the primary approach that we intend to use is to utilize the city-owned vacant properties for TRA development. The first key site has been identified by JPC as suitable for TRA establishment using compact modular construction methods. The Johannesburg Multipurpose Precinct has been designated as a secondary prioritized site. Cost estimates per unit are based on the housing code of a quantum of 89,000 rand for 24 square meter unit, excluding land acquisition. In terms of medium-term response, we'll redevelop existing city-owned inner city properties, and the JPC manages at least 30 of such properties which will undergo due diligence and risk assessment. In terms of our long-term approach is to repackage inactive City of Johannesburg human settlement properties, including JOSCO-owned properties, to encourage private sector and social housing institutions to develop and ensure there are affordable rental and social housing stock available to those that are looking for housing. In conclusion, this update highlights the province and the city's commitment in addressing inner city housing challenges through a balanced, multi-phase strategy that promotes safety, dignity, and economic empowerment for vulnerable groups so that we can make city, the Johannesburg city, my Josie, your Josie again. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Premier. Honorable Mfikwe, if you have a supplementary question or a short remark.
No, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We thank the Premier and the City of Joburg for this remarkable work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, in terms of Rule 138, subsection 7, are now open for additional supplementary questions or additional remarks by members who wish to do so. Honorable Fox and then Honorable Msina. Okay, same question. Okay. Okay.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Rise on Rule 137. Premier, the history has taught us that, if you don't move with speed in terms of removing people and ensuring that there's either construction that takes place or complete barricading of particular buildings, then you have, call it the re-hijacking of those same buildings that then take place. I can give you a number of examples. If you and Mamutara would know that in Oliver and Old Bosch, some of the projects that have started, government projects, have already been hijacked. In that LSO will tell you, that cost government 750,000 rand a unit, and times however units that have been built there that have been hijacked. This is now some 14, 15 years, in the making. We can go into so many others. So what we want to then hear from you, Premier, is what is the timeline? I heard you saying that by the end of October, you need to then start moving into these things. I think it is important, Chair, that we get some serious timelines in terms of when these buildings will be then evacuated, when does construction starts. Because if government is going to spend much more time, again, putting security in those buildings, it's spending more money, and then later on the buildings get to be rehijacked again, and then we are back to square one. And then the municipalities, I think, also needs to be somehow be assisted, because it cannot be that every time there is a problem, municipalities are told to look for alternative accommodation, because that also comes up with its own challenges. There's rudimentary services that they're supposed to be coming up with. There's also people that don't qualify to be on RDP housing list that are now going to be put on there. So how do we then deal with those challenges going forward? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Msimang. Honourable Fuchs.
Speaker, thank you very much. Premier, thank you for clarifying the fact that this plan will be rolled out in a legal fashion in terms of the PI Act, in terms of providing alternative accommodation. I think most reasonable people would support efforts to limit illegal immigration into Gauteng and to prevent, illegal invasion of buildings. However, your recent comments about doing raids in informal settlements at 2 in the morning, in my view, is rather populist. And it gave rise to concern, Premier, that in fact, the government was going to go gung-ho and just do things that were not legal. So thank you for clarifying that. That is my comment. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much, honourable members. Premier, you need to respond.
Thanks so much, Member Msimang, and you are dressed well today, Member Msimang. Let me congratulate you for aligning yourself with the African theme. I'm just worried of wearing a Nigerian dress when we're playing Nigeria this evening, but it's off the line, that one. So let me thank you. It's not a Cuban shirt, it's a Nigerian dress. No, there's no way that Fuchs can wear a Cuban shirt.
Fuchs is a socialist.
Member Msimang, I honestly accept your guidance and counseling on this matter, especially the urgent need for us to protect the buildings that were reclaimed. That is why I want to go on tender immediately. Just test the market and the appetite, and there are many people that we've just released the Hampepe Commission's report, and I'll urge members to read that report. That explains and unpacks the issue of hijacked buildings, the methodology and all these particular things, which goes against those that opposed us when we appointed the commission. The recommendation of that commission, the report of that commission, to me, it gives us an opportunity to reclaim and reposition our city. But I indeed welcome the ideas that you are putting on. Member Fuchs, I will not negotiate with illegal people. If you are in a country illegally and you invade land illegally, we have no choice but to confront you appropriately. And that's our aptitude. If we have listened to other things selectively, I've always maintained that our approach is to do these things within the law. I've said it. And the reason why we're doing it at the time that we need to do it, you can give me an alternative time that we need to do it. But the time that we're doing it is because we're bringing all municipalities in our province for support. And municipalities during the day are doing their work. We all know that. And it's only at that time that they're available. And that's the maximum resources that we have. But we'll do it humanely. We've emphasized that point. But we can't fold our arms when our province has been turned into a shanty province. We'll never do that. And we'll never tolerate that. And any other person that intends to build informal settlements in our province, they must know that they will not receive flowers from us. We'll be merciless on this matter because they are deliberately jumping the queue and they are deliberately abusing the poor. We are not anti-poor. That is why there's still informal settlement in our province, that we support and provide relevant resources. We are against those that abuse the poor for financial gain, invade land, collect money, and in the ultimate end, they expect government to render services on something that they are collecting funds from. We are not going to allow that. And we are remaining firm on this matter. We're going to work with the Department of Human Settlement. We're going to work with the integrated police that MEC Mamabulu is leading, but we're going to do it within the confinement of the law. Unfortunately, other institutions like the South African Human Rights Commission, instead of engaging us and getting information, they rely on headlines to respond to us. And they are a state institution or an arm of a state that they should assist us, and we should provide information to them. So where we stand, member folks, we are not going to tolerate illegal land invasion in our province anymore. Enough is enough. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Premier. Excuse me, Honourable Muketi, you may read your question to the Premier, please. Sorry.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Greetings to the honourable members and to our people of Gauteng. The question to the Premier in terms of Rule 138 reads as follows. With reference to the Premier's commitment to joint planning and co-funding of infrastructure projects, including roads, bulk services, and electricity, aimed at bolstering municipalities' capacity to deliver core services, can the Premier provide an update on, 1, the infrastructure turnaround program, including the establishment of bulk infrastructure unit, the consolidation of the Gauteng Infrastructure Financing Agency, and the coordination mechanisms in place between the province and the municipalities. 2, what specific projects have been implemented or are currently underway in partnership with municipalities to improve road infrastructure, bulk services, electricity supply, and what budget allocations and timelines have been set for these initiatives? And lastly, how is the Office of the Premier ensuring that township and informal settlement areas benefit from these programs, particularly in relation to the tarring of roads, broadband connectivity, and the construction or upgrading of social infrastructure, such as schools and community facilities? Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Muketi. Honourable Premier.
Thanks so much, Madam Speaker. Let me also thank Dr. Muketi for the question. Dr. Muketi, we have just appointed the Gauteng Infrastructure Financing Agency to implement our bulk infrastructure project as a program in a province. The Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs is now responsible for the coordination of these mechanisms so that they can be in a position to provide bulk infrastructure support and linkages between the provincial government and municipalities. The Gauteng Infrastructure Financing Agency is playing a supporting role in terms of provision of developing business cases to attract alternative funding for bulk infrastructure for our province. And this is very important to us because there are a lot of projects that are ready, but unfortunately the issue of bulk has delayed the short turning or the launching of this project. So the role that GIFA is going to play to assist us in coordinating and facilitate funding will assist us a lot. In terms of question 2, a list of bulk infrastructure projects is now being consolidated and business cases will be developed for the projects to be financed through alternative sources of funding, that is off-balance sheet funding. In terms of question 3, Dr. Muketi, in our 2025 State of the Province address, we highlighted the Gauteng 13 problems that impact communities on a daily basis and key provincial priorities to address the identified problems. To reiterate our G13, we said it's water, cable theft and vandalism, non-functional lights, potholes, crime and lawlessness, mushrooming of informal settlements, electricity, gender-based violence and femicide, drug abuse, services at our hospitals and clinics, lack of sufficient schools, failing infrastructure in our CBDs, and unemployment. We are of the great view that the bulk services will assist us in resolving these issues, thus benefiting our communities. So the 2025 SOPA commitments were mapped against the provincial MTDP and find expressions in the MEC's delivery agreements. Furthermore, the Office of the Premier has worked with all relevant provincial departments and entities to develop implementation plans against each of the commitments that they've made. Through this work, the Office of the Premier is ensuring that township and informal settlement areas will benefit from these programs. And just to put it on record, Dr. Mukherjee, 2 weeks ago, all the MECs have signed their performance agreement with clear targets and clear commitments that need to be achieved. And this performance agreement will be made public this Thursday. And this will ensure transparency and the work ethic that we have committed ourselves to ensure that Gauteng works. Thank you so much. Should appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Honourable Premier. Honourable Mukherjee, a supplementary question or short remark if you have any.
No, thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Thank you very much, Premier, for the response. I don't know if the Premier, is it possible for you to share the written response with me? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Honourable members, in terms of Rule 138, subsection 7, I now open up for additional supplementary questions or additional remarks by members who wish to do so. Honourable Moriarty.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honourable Premier, for the reply. We listened with interest, particularly the idea that there's the infrastructure turnaround program. We're mindful of other programs and plans regarding infrastructure that have been tabled and adopted by the Gauteng provincial government in the past. One of them is the Integrated Infrastructure Master Plan of 2017. It never really went anywhere. So our major concern when we monitor the implementation, which is obviously where the rubber hits the road, that assumes there is going to be a road. The fact is that we are going to look at your list that you've indicated with interest, and we're going to monitor that. Our observation as far as bulk infrastructure in the budget is concerned, it tends to be linked with the various projects that have been identified as priority projects of the provincial government. But, Mr. Premier, you will be the first to say, I guess, that we have a general problem in our province right across all municipalities. And it's not necessarily those bulk infrastructure projects that service greenfields projects. It is the visible thing that we see daily, potholes in our roads, as was reflected by Honourable Van Dijk, the wastage of water, even the technical losses of electricity. We lose an awful lot of money just in the general lack of maintenance. My question to you would therefore be, will your plan extend to all things? Because all of these things contribute to a disinvestment that is happening in our province as investors think that we can't be trusted with the investment that they're going to bring in. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Honourable Moriarty. Honourable Premier.
Thanks so much, Honourable Member Murati. I fully concur with you on the urgent need to indeed implement the commitments that we have made, especially with the Integrated Infrastructure Master Plan. We've just moved GIFA from the Department of Finance to be part of the Department of DID with the same intention of ensuring we accelerate the support system. And we have done so not only to deal with new projects, but also to rehabilitate those that have been stuck purely because of not provided the support that we need to do. And we'll see from the answer that we have provided that we are now putting an element of off-balance sheet funding mechanism. We really believe there are some projects that if we can just make them available to the private sector through a private-public partnership, they can be funded and they can assist us to deal with the backlog that we have brilliantly articulated. However, I differ with you on the issue of where we are on matters related to infrastructure that earlier on there was a member statement. I asked myself when that member statement was made, whether it was a member statement that is outdated or it's a member statement that missed the necessary developments that we've made. And I want to take this advantage to respond to it. Of the potholes that we've repaired, 1,523 potholes have been repaired, and we are currently standing at 97% of the potholes that we've identified that needed immediate attention. The reason why we can even count the numbers because there's a technology that we are utilizing, and thanks to the team in the Department of Transport that have assisted. In terms of road markings, so therefore, the wish that people that are coming from the G20, they will swim inside the pothole, it's a wish that is going to be deferred. It's not going to be fulfilled because of the work that we've done. In terms of the road markings, 456 road markings and the refreshing of our roads have been done. Those that are utilizing R21 to come here or to go to Pretoria, they will tell you that R21 looks sharp, 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 sharp. That's how we've managed to deal with the road markings. Grass cutting, similarly, on grass cutting, the initiative included 481 kilometers of grass cutting. We are now standing at 70%, just to indicate the work that we have done around that area. Stormwater drain maintenance, 443 stormwater drains are almost finished, making us to be at 88.4%. In terms of traffic signal repairs, 64 provincial traffic on provincial roads, 64 traffic signals have also been completed, making us to be around 50%. And street light repairs were also standing at 74% to deal with these matters. This is a demonstration of the work that we are doing, Member Murati, to ensure that our roads, our infrastructure is in top shape. But I concur with you that we need to accelerate and ensure that we improve the infrastructure master plan implementation strategies. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Premier. Member Alberts, you may read your question to the Premier. Is she talking? Member Alberts? Okay, Member Alberts? Okay, let's move to the next question. Honourable Bloom.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, to the Honourable Premier. With regard to the two court rulings against the Gauteng Health Department concerning urgent treatment for cancer patients, will the Premier please indicate, 1, how much in rands and cents has so far been paid in legal expenses by the Gauteng Health Department in all litigation in this matter? 2, what prevents the Premier from stopping the Department's appeal against the Gauteng High Court's ruling on 27 March 2025 that negligence in this matter was unlawful and unconstitutional? 3, why has the Premier not dismissed the Gauteng Health MEC and Head of Department following the second court ruling on 20 August 2025 that the Department's inaction is causing, quote, irreversible and permanent harm to cancer patients? 4, what is the Premier's view on the personal cost order against the Health MEC and Head of Department? And 5, what is the Premier doing to ensure the Department engages productively with cancer NGOs to save the lives of cancer patients? Thank you.
Very good, John.
Thank you very much, Honourable Bloom. Honourable Premier.
Thanks so much, Madam Speaker. Thank you so much, Dr. Bloom, for your question. With regards to our first question, I've asked the Department of Health, together with the state attorneys, to consolidate the figures and directly make that information available to you. In terms of question 2, of what prevents the Premier from stopping the Department's appeal, Member Bloom, I think you started this process. And I must thank you for doing that. There are people that will refer to them to me. I had a session with them, and on the basis of that, I've agreed with them to appoint a mediator to deal with these issues. There are challenges with that mediation effort, but I'm leading as the Office of the Premier to ensure that this matter is resolved without engaging or going through these painful matters of courts and appeal. And I want to await the outcome of that mediation process to deal with this matter. In terms of question 3, why has the Premier not dismissed the Gauteng MEC and the HOD following the second court ruling of 2025, and the department's inaction is causing irreversible and permanent harm to cancer patients? This matter was raised yesterday at the AIDS Council, and I've requested the relevant people to meet with the MEC to attend to the consent registered. In terms of question 4, what is the Premier's view on the personal cost? I've requested that the state law advisor study the judgment and its implications and advise me accordingly. As soon as I receive this advice, I'll make a public pronouncement on this matter. What is the Premier doing to ensure that the department engages productively with the cancer NGOs? It's exactly that matter. The parties have agreed to a joint mediator that was agreed upon by the 2 parties, and I want to give that process space, and I know it has its own limitations. I want it to be finalized, and I don't want to prejudge the outcome of that process. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Premier. Honourable Bloom, supplementary question or short remark?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Premier, you're actually the Premier. You're not the AIDS Council. It's in your power to actually dismiss the Health MEC and the head of department for being twice castigated by a court of law. And, I mean, the court is saying, strong things, unlawful and unconstitutional, causing irreversible and permanent harm to cancer patients. I hear you about a mediation process, but these take time. And the court has said twice now that this is urgent. Patients' lives are at risk. You are the Premier. You can make a decision about a failing MEC and a failing head of department who have now suffered 2 court defeats, and they continue to be in office, and meanwhile cancer patients still die. So I think you've got to be more decisive about this, Honourable Premier.
Okay, thank you very much, Honourable Bloom.
I want to assure you, Member Bloom, I'm going to be decisive. And that's the reason why I felt that the mediation role should assist us. But the terms of that mediation was very clear. It does not stop us. It does not stop us to attend to the issues of the patients. It does not stop us to ensure that we improve our infrastructure. It does not stop us also to utilize the private sector to clear the backlog. In the information that has been brought to my immediate attention, the backlog has been moved very high and very fast, because that worries me, that when we have these political or court challenges, ordinary patients must not suffer, that ordinary patients must be attended to. And I've asked the office of the MEC to update me on progress. I met them twice. They've been giving me progress. I'm satisfied that at least the backlog has been attended, regardless of the commitment in court. I've said it here before. I don't want us to waste money in courts. We should waste money in upgrading the theatre rooms so that people can be attended. And if there have been processes that have been in court and people believe this is the best mechanism to resolve the problem, we can't be blamed. There are people that felt that instead of having engagement, they believe the courts should make a judgment on this particular matter. And I've respected that aspect. But my political willingness is that the theatres must be improved to push the backlog, and that those that are on the waiting list, we must ensure that that waiting list does not grow, but that waiting list is reduced. And on the basis of the information that has been given to me, we have moved towards that direction of reducing this. And those that, and I want to emphasize this part, I don't derive pleasure in instilling pain to those that need medical attention from this government that I have the honor to lead. anyone that needs medical attention from this government must have access to that medical attention and must be treated on time. And therefore, the department must work on this. If they can't meet that thing, that commitment that they've made to me, as you said, I will be decisive and I'll take the necessary action. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Premier. Now, honorable members, this is the one time that I'm going to use my discretionary powers. I was supposed to allow members in terms of Rule 1387 to ask questions or additional questions, supplementary questions rather, or additional remarks. But I do believe that the conversation or exchange between the Premier and Honorable Bloom has addressed all of the questions, so we proceed. Yes, it was a very good conversation. So we proceed now. Honorable Alberts, are you connected properly now?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Okay, so please ask your question then to the Premier.
Premier, when a government deals with economic matters, it is of the utmost importance to set targets to be achieved against benchmarks of substance, as the success thereof crystallizes in tangible, positive ways in the lives of the people. One of those benchmarks is the target rate of investment to GDP that is indicative of the investment rate required to ensure an economic growth rate larger than inflation and population growth rates that would give rise to sustainable employment and poverty reduction. Currently, the provincial government endeavours to attract investment to Gauteng. Against this background, it is necessary to establish a target investment rate for Gauteng. The following questions are designed to assist in this regard and to publicise the rate. And given that many economists agree that South Africa requires target investment rate of at least 25% to nominal GDP to ensure sufficient economic growth, can the Premier indicate as follows? 1, has the provincial government performed research that indicates a target investment rate for Gauteng to ensure sufficient economic growth? If so, kindly provide the rate. If not, will the Premier ensure that such research takes place so as to establish a target investment rate? What is the current rate of investment to GDP for Gauteng? And then in the event that a target investment rate for Gauteng is established, has the provincial government performed research that measures the current quantum of investment commitments in relation to the target investment rate? In other words, does the current commitment quantum still fall below the target investment rate, and by how much? And lastly, in the event that the current quantum of investment commitment still falls below the target investment rate, explain what plans the government have devised to increase the investment quantum to the target investment rate. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Alberts. Honourable Premier.
Thanks so much, Honourable Speaker and Honourable Dr. Alberts. Madam Speaker, this is quite a detailed, there is a detailed answer that I don't want to take long, and I will share it with Dr. Alberts. I'll just summarize it for purpose of this sitting, Madam Speaker. The Gauteng economy has shown remarkable resilience in recent years, growing at an average of 2.4%, twice the national average, and continuing to contribute more than half to South African overall GDP growth. Over the past year, the province economy grew by 1.2%, outperforming the national average of 0.4% and further solidifying our position as the nation's economic engine. At the Gauteng Investment Conference held earlier this year, more than 58 companies pledged more than 306 billion rand in investment, surpassing the province's 300 billion target and showing strong confidence in its business climate, developmental agenda, and potential for economic growth and job creation in our province. However, and that's why I agree with you, Member Alberts, despite being the South African economic hub, Gauteng continues to grapple with the high unemployment, currently standing at 33.7%, and behind this figure are millions of lives in limbo, their dreams deferred, and their potential left untapped. And in the 2025 State of the Province address, tackling unemployment and developing our economy remains our key priorities. As part of the medium-term development plan, there are 3 priorities that have been adopted at national and subsequently adopted by this provincial government. One is growing the economy. Two is to fight the cost of living, in particular poverty. And thirdly is to have an ethical developmental state attending to the needs of our people. It is within that context, therefore, that the IMF and World Bank guidance provides that developing economies aiming for sustained GDP growth require investment levels above 25% of the GDP. The IMF also notes that the quality of investment, that is efficient allocation, governance, infrastructure readiness, it's also an important aspect that needs to be taken into consideration. With an investment rate that is consistently below 20%, this tends to be insufficient for transformative and long-term economic growth. In East Asia, China, South Korea, and Singapore, consistently, they maintain gross capital information above 30% of GDP during their high growth periods, enabling them to build modern infrastructure, expand industrial capacity, and integrate it into global value chains. At 15% of GDP, South Africa's investment rate is far below the 25% threshold needed for sustainable and job growth. This shortfall explains why South Africa's long-term GDP growth is around 1 to 2%, which is below peer emerging markets. Without a faster growth in investment and infrastructure in energy and logistics and technology, the economy will not have the productive base to grow faster and absorb the labor that we have learned. But what are the lessons that we need to learn here? It means that higher investment rates to GDP, when coupled with sound governance and productivity-enhancing projects, are key drivers of faster broad-based economic growth. In terms of question 2, of what is the current rate of investment to GDP for Gauteng, the Gauteng provincial government is targeted to attract 800 billion worth of investment pledges over the next 3 years to 5 years through the Gauteng Investment Conference that are planned to be held annually. The first was held in April 2025, and GPG is committed to ensuring that investment commitments are turned into implementable projects within 24 months of the pledged period. These investment pledges will be spread across 12 priority areas that are energy mix, transport, logistics and e-commerce, tourism and hospitality, cultural and creative industries, automotives and energy vehicles, aerospace and defense, food, beverages and agro-processing and agribusiness, construction and infrastructure, financial services, furniture, textile and clothing, as well as the pharmaceutical, medical devices, and indigenous services and health services. It is this kind of economies that we really believe will propel the economy of our province to be at the level that all of us will be happy. In terms of question 3, the current rate of investment to GDP for Gauteng is at 13% and has been stable at this level for the past 5 years. In terms of question 4, leading to the Gauteng Investment Conference earlier this year, the provincial government set an ambitious of 800 billion. That is split according to the following years. The first year is 300 billion. The second year is 312 billion. And we really believe in these 2 years alone, there is nearly 40% of our investment commitment that will be achieved by them. And the last year will then attend to remaining commitments that we intend to achieve. Therefore, the Gauteng Investment Conference 2025 pledges, the 2025 pledges align well with our Gauteng City Region Economic Growth and Development Plan, particularly its focus on reindustrialization, modernization of the economy, and building the new economic nodes. The balanced sectoral distribution also supports economic resilience by reducing dependence on any single industry, while the emphasis is on high technology sectors that will position our province favorably in the context of the 4th Industrial Revolution. In terms of question 5, while the investment pledges at the investment conference were ahead of targets, the province remains committed to continue attracting other investment. One of high impact strategies initiative is the Gauteng Pan-African Economic Partnership Mobilization. It is designed to position next year's Gauteng Investment Conference as the continent premier subnational investment platform, anchored in the ambitions of the Africa Free Trade and Africa's Agenda 2063. This plan outlines a proactive continent-facing mobilization program centers on key strategic pillars: 1, ministerial and subnational dialogues; 2, activation into the Africa IPACO Forum; 3, targeted trade and investment roadshows; 4, mobilizing African business chambers. The provincial government, through its entities, will continue to focus on creating the enabling conditions that will allow investors confidently to execute their investment plans, transforming pledges into progress positioning, thus allowing our province to be a sustainable economic growth in the years ahead. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Premier. Honourable Alberts, do you have a supplementary question or a short remark?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Apologies for that. Thank you to the Premier for the answer. Yes, just a short remark. I think it's very important that government re-engage with local business to assess what their needs are, because once their local investments are released and are made successfully in Gauteng, we will see international investments looking to Gauteng with different eyes. But having said that, we must also engage with all large partners, trading partners in the world, not just a few different ones, but all of them as far as we can, to make sure that they are still available, that the investments are still available and can be directed to Gauteng into the future. We cannot grow the economy without proper investments from local business and international business. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honourable Alberts. Honourable members, in terms of Rule 137, Sub 7, I now open up for additional supplementary questions or additional remarks. Honourable Moriashi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honourable Premier, for information that was very informative, very comprehensive, very useful, and I think it leads to correct decision-making. I note that in the next 10 minutes, Stats SA will have released the latest in its quarterly GDP statistics. And it's going to be interesting to see what is coming out. The people that forecast on these things are forecasting that we're going to be marginally better than we have been in the previous quarters, which is welcome. But we're talking about marginals, not huge growths, I regret. But one of the things that Stats SA does do very well is maintain a very large set of data on all of the GDP growth statistics over the years. And the interesting thing is that they'll show you the growth rate in each one of the 9 provinces and where the national growth rate is on that graph. And invariably, the national growth rate might be 1, might be less than 1, might be slightly more than 1%. 4 provinces will be better, 4 provinces will be worse, and always there's a single province that is there or thereabouts the national. It's Gauteng, and there's a good reason for that, and we all know it. We are the economic heart. So when the Gauteng economy grows, the national economy grows. When the Gauteng economy recedes, the national economy recedes. The nation depends on us, and so the nation depends on us targeting for growth and achieving it. And one of the interesting conferences I went in this year was the Bureau for Economic Research. And they said one thing amongst many things. They said China is targeting for 5% growth this year. And they said, you know what? Whatever China wants, China gets. Now that sounds very arrogant, but actually all that it is good science, good economics, good sound decision making. And then the investors follow, because the points that you made, it's about your own commitment and it's about your record in governance, which hasn't been great up until this point. So there are various factors for investment, various factors for disinvestment. The factors for disinvestment include crime, include your service delivery, include the level of corruption, misgovernance. If you fix those things and you make us open for business and you follow through on your commitments, which regretfully, SOPA after SOPA after SOPA after SOPA, we've always heard pledges, and a lot of them don't come through.
It's
Thank
more
you,
than a
Madam
short
Speaker.
remark.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Premier?
Member Murat, for the first time, I want to thank you for being honest, because you have been releasing wrong statement. Even when the last quarter, the second quarter was released, that purely demonstrated Gauteng is the only province that contributed to that economic growth. You went tangent in terms of concentrating on the unemployment rate, forgetting a very important aspect, that 3 of our provinces went down, including the Western Cape, and there were only 2 provinces that went up. That was Gauteng, followed by KZN. And I'm glad that we're looking forward to today's release. I'm trying to check if they've released it. That will also reaffirm that Gauteng remains the lead province that is providing the necessary economic growth that is needed for our country. So I really appreciate that, and I think as soon as we get that Stats SA information, we'll respond to that part. Even if it's marginal, yes, the ideal is to move it with the targets that government has committed, but at least we are moving the clock. And I know it's not something that many want to hear. They want us to be on a negative to suit their negative narrative. And the mere fact that at least the economy started to move towards the right direction, I think it should be appreciated. Member Alberts, indeed, we need to include local businesses. I share those sentiments, and also look for alternative markets. And we are of the view that Africa is ready for us. We are of the strong view, and I'm glad that even the Department of Economic Development, they are developing the next investment conference to look at Africa and ensure that we provide the relevant services and open the market that we really believe will assist us in boosting the economy of our province. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Premier. Honourable Ngobeni, you may read your questions to the Premier.
Thank you, Speaker. Premier, with reference to the RDP housing audits and the widespread concern that many subsidized houses allocated to qualifying beneficiaries have been unlawfully sold for profit to foreign nationals and other individuals, may the Premier respond to the following questions. Given the constitutional authority to appoint Commission of Inquiry under Section 127, subsection 2E of the Constitution, will your office initiate a province-wide forensic audit into RDP housing allocations and unlawful transfers in light of the mounting calls regarding systematic abuse and non-compliance with Section 10A of the Housing Act? What steps have you taken in your capacity as Head of Government Executive Council to ensure that the Department of Human Settlement has the operational capacity and digital infrastructure necessary to conduct ongoing audits of RDP housing allocations over the past 8 years? Lastly, in view of your role as in convening intergovernmental forums, how have you leveraged municipal partnerships to verify rightful owners and to prevent premature or unlawful transfers of subsidized housing stock? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Ngobeni. Honourable Premier.
Thanks so much, Madam Speaker. Thanks so much, Member Ngobeni. Judicial Commission of Inquiry, no. Forensic audit into RDP housing allocation, yes. We really believe that we can do that, and the department continuously check on all these particular matters. The Gauteng Department of Human Settlement does not issue RDP houses to foreign nationals. Subsidized housing is allocated strictly to documented South Africans who meet the qualification criteria set out in the National Housing Code. And this code is aligned to Section 26 of our Constitution, ensuring access to adequate housing for all qualifying South African households. The Gauteng Department of Human Settlement, as and when complaints of alleged illegal occupation and allocation of illegal transfer of houses are reported to them, they either through the National Anti-Corruption Hotline or other reporting mechanism attend to these inquiries and resolve them, and where there is serious corruption, report them to the South African Services for criminal investigations. In terms of question 2, over the past 8 years, the Gauteng Provincial Government has strengthened the Department of Human Settlement operation capacity and digital stack to support continuous audits and compliance monitoring of all RDP houses allocated. A key pillar here is the Provincial e-Government Customer Relation Management Platform, which serves as a single auditable case management system for complaints, fraud tips, inquiries, and compliments related to housing services. In terms of question 3, intergovernment forums that bring together provincial departments, municipalities, and state entities are convened to strengthen oversight of subsidized housing. There are joint allocations committees established in all municipalities to manage allocations and challenges that might ensure or advise where recommendations, possibly intervention is needed. The MEC also have her own discretion to attend to some of these matters. A critical part of this collaboration is the verification of rightful ownership and the prevention of premature or unlawful transfers of RDP stock, which municipalities must monitor through revenue collection. Before properties are transferred, the Gauteng Department of Human Settlement and relevant municipalities conduct occupancy audit, physical verification to determine the status of residents vis-à-vis subsidy approval. Legal transfers of properties only happens with the approval of the landowners or municipalities wherein they sign the power of attorney to pass transfer and issue rates clearance certificate for lodgement at the deeds office. Without this process, no state subsidized property can be transferred. Additionally, title deeds for RDP properties include restrictive condition, which is part of Section 10A of the National Housing Act, which prohibits the sale of properties within 8 years after they've been transferred to their owner. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Honourable Ngomeni, a supplementary question or short remark?
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Speaker. We do welcome the commitment to say we can be able to do at least an audit. Because, Premier, the challenge is not on the initial allocation of these houses, which you correctly say the department doesn't allocate to foreign nationals. The problem is the illegal resale, the illegal occupation of these houses once they've been allocated to rightful owners. And as you say, you can be able to do something after. It looks like we are unable to proactively deal with the matter before it happens. And maybe the department doesn't have that particular capacity to be able to prevent this from happening, or at least to ensure that those that have concerns are able to raise them, firstly to the department, and then something can be done immediately afterwards. But most importantly, I'm glad that you say we can be able to launch that forensic audit. What I'm interested to know from you is when can we do it? Practically, is it possible that we can do that audit still in this financial year, or what is the Premier's thinking around it? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Ngobeni. Honourable members, in terms of Rule 138 sub 7, I now open 4 additional supplementary questions or additional remarks by members who wish to do so. None? Premier, please. If you wish to respond to the short remark. Yes, you may do so.
Should I respond?
If you wish to.
Yes.
Okay.
Thanks so much, Member Ngobeni. I think your well wishes, I'll pass them over to the MEC to give us the implementation plan and the timelines, especially on those that we really believe that we need an intense investigation on them. Thanks so much.
Thank you, honourable members. Honourable Maluka, you may read your questions to the Premier.
Thank you very much, Speaker. In terms of the repurposing of e-toll gantry cameras, the Premier has mentioned that these will now be used in license plate tracking as part of crime combating, especially with regards to hijacked vehicle and fake licensed plates. With regards to purposing of e-tolls gantry cameras, can the Premier please answer the following? How many stolen vehicles to date have been intercepted due to the repurposing of e-toll gantry cameras? In as far as the introduction of new license plates is concerned, what is the procedural rollout of these number plates in terms of the Roads and Traffic Management Act, and how effective is the province's effort to track and identify flagged license plates when the new license plates have not yet been fully rolled out? Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Premier, you may respond.
Thanks so much, Madam Speaker. Let me also thank Honourable Member Maluka for the question. A draft memorandum of understanding with SANRAL has been developed, but it's still under finalization. Consequently, while the interception of stolen vehicles is a key intended outcome of this initiative, no recorded interceptions are being available for now because this information is still in the hands of SANRAL. It's only when we've concluded the memorandum of understanding that this information will be shared with us and we'll be in a position to monitor the countries ourselves. This is a very important aspect in our resolution of the e-tolls. The Minister requested us to leave all these related matters to her and the SANRAL board, and as soon as the SANRAL board have concluded all the issues that we've requested from them, we'll jointly make a public statement on this matter. In terms of the new license plates, I want to respond as follows, that we've now introduced this new license plate in terms of government cars. Our intention is that all new people that are going to renew their licenses will be allowed to then change the new number plates. But unfortunately, we have requested the National Department of Transport to accede to our kind request for us to maintain the blue and white. And the blue and white is the colors of the number plates, not any political party member Maloka. We've requested that we maintain our blue and white, and as soon as, because the current legislation compels us to migrate all the cars to black and white. And black and white is not because I hate another soccer team, but we have the view that black and white does not suit our look and feel of our cars in our province, that we want to maintain the blue and white. So we've made representation to the Minister. As soon as the Minister responds to our presentation, we'll be in a position to respond to this matter. And this goes to question 3 that we've asked as well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Honourable Maluka, a supplementary question or short remark?
Thank you very much, Premier. I would like to suggest that we go for red and black, Premier. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Honourable members.
You'll be pleased, Member Maluka, that the government cars, the number plates are red. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, honourable members. Once again, I'm using the discretionary powers. We are proceeding to Honourable Hickling. Your questions, please.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Honourable Premier, payments from the GPT to suppliers within the stipulated 30-day period across the board for all departments in the first quarter of the 2025-26 financial year declined compared to the 2024-2025 last quarter. Even the Public Service Commissioner deemed this as unacceptable and warranting strong condemnation. This is not the first time such comments have been made by the PSC. The worst performing departments are the Department of Health at 11%, Infrastructure at 52%, agriculture at 57%, and education at 61%. With this in mind, could you, Premier, please indicate, firstly, what are you doing as the Premier to ensure that competent personnel are in place to ensure that the trend is reversed, particularly in the Departments of Health and Infrastructure, where payment failures not only impact patient lives, but supplier livelihoods? What are you doing as the Premier to reverse the trend of non-payment of suppliers when the economy is under such pressure and non-payment of SMMEs strangles the creation of job opportunities and employment? And thirdly, what are you doing as the Premier to facilitate the township enterprises who are severely affected by this non-payment culture continue to survive, much less thrive, in the current strangulated economic climate? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Hickling. Honourable Premier.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Thank you so much, Honourable Member Hickling, for your question. I fully concur with you. It is no justification for departments not to pay service providers within the stipulated days. As the end of July 2025, 8 departments achieve 100% compliance. However, we still have departments that are not complying. And what we've done in our executive councils, we flag this and allow departments to provide us with the relevant information. There are departments, obviously, if we exclude them, 2 departments in particular, if we exclude those 2 departments, our payment records will stand at 97%. But the Gauteng Treasury is now working with all 15 departments to monitor payment suppliers within the stipulated time. This is also a standard report to the Executive Council, as I've indicated, which we monitor and provide support to ensure that departments comply. In terms of question number 2, there was a transition implemented by the National Treasury to allow the new standard chart of accounts, score V6. This did not cause delays in itself, as the mapping process was already in place. The challenge arose from certain system integration issues in processing payments, which have since been resolved by National Treasury. Departments are now operating on a stable platform with no further disruption on payment runs. Secondly, to strengthen payment discipline, the Gauteng Department of Treasury introduced a new invoice management system which tracks invoices from the moment they are received until they are paid. This provides transparency, reduces backlog, bottlenecks, and ensures that departments are accountable for their own delays. Finally, strict monitoring measures have been enforced, and departments submit monthly compliance reports, and those that fall behind are issued with non-compliance notices. Support and escalation of mechanisms are in place so that suppliers, especially SMMEs, can receive agent intervention when needed. In summary, by stabilizing systems, improving invoice management, and enforcing accountability, we are restoring payment discipline. Our focus remains on protecting SMMEs, safeguarding jobs, and ensuring government support economic activity rather than holding it back. In terms of your last question, the performance on the 30-day payment compliance per department for the Gauteng GPG township-based supplier as of 31 July shows that the province is comparatively better when it comes to township-based suppliers. This is because 11 departments have achieved 100% compliance in buying their products from township businesses. The Gauteng Department of Health, Gauteng Department of Education, Gauteng Department of Infrastructure Development, and Gauteng Department of Social Development are the only non-compliance department at 90%, 96%, 97%, and 97% respectively for the period under review. The province is working with each department to ensure that we continue to improve this, to ensure that township enterprises continue to survive and thrive in the current economic scale. What pleases the departments or the provincial government is at least at average 97% our departments continue to support local and township businesses. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Okay, thank you very much, Premier. Honourable Hickling.
Thank you so much. Honourable Premier, I'd like to say one thing to you. 5.1 billion rand, that is the amount of money not paid by the Health Department in the first quarter of this year within 30 days by the GPT. Those are Health Department figures for non-payment of invoices. It's all fine and well to say that we've only got 2 departments that are not really working, and if we take those away, well, everything's okay. Let me say this to you, Honourable Premier. The buck stops with you. You have to make sure that appropriate people are employed in appropriate departments to make sure that payments get made. Appropriately appointed people in appropriate department. We have a problem in departments in this GPT who are not making payments. When is it going to stop? Thank you so much.
We appreciate your sentiments, Member Heckling, and indeed, some of the challenges that are affecting this department are things beyond their control. For an example, I know education and health, at some instances, they could not make payments purely because of the cash run, which is controlled at national. It's not even controlled at our province. There's an allocation that is provided, and that allocation does not meet the demands that the departments have. But indeed, there's no justification for departments not to pay within 30 days. And that is why we are monitoring it. And the departments that are not performing, we have an index that we utilize to ensure that either we support them or we provide additional guidance that will assist us. I've never disputed that the buck stopped with me. My personal and family animal is a buck. It's called Springbok. That's the family animal. So I'll never avoid that the buck stop with me. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you very much. Honourable Premier, one more time, using my discretionary powers, we proceed. Yeah, we are now at questions for oral reply to the Executive in terms of Rule 134. Premier, I am going to start with Honourable Engelbrecht, who's going to be posing a question to you to community safety. Honourable Engelbrecht.
Madam Speaker, can you just skip one question to somebody else? We'll just make sure that we can get Honourable Engelbrecht back in the House. We need to get Honourable Engelbrecht back in the House. She was obviously not anticipating this. So if you can skip a question.
Mic is not on. We're going to come back to the 2 questions by Honourable Chirota and Honourable Engelbrecht. So we are now taking Honourable Maluka to yourself. Okay, Honourable Maluka.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Regarding the brutal murder of baby Nikita in Eldorado Park, as well as the rampant crime in the area, can the MEC of Community Safety answer the following? What immediate steps has your office taken following the brutal murder of of 4-year-old Nikita to address violence in Eldorado Park? Why have the crime prevention measures failed to protect children in Eldorado Park despite rising drug abuse and violent crime? What accountability is being enforced on the local subs given persistent complaints of poor visibility, slow response, and lack of trust? What concrete plans exist to dismantle drug syndicates and the gang violence in Eldorado Park? And what support is being provided to Nikita's family and other victims of violent crime in the area? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Maloka. Honorable Premier.
Thanks so much, Madam Speaker. Thank you so much, Honourable Member Maloka, for your question. The SAPS continues to enforce relevant laws such as the Children's Act and the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence. Ongoing initiatives include educational awareness programs conducted in partnership with the Department of Education, Social Development, Justice, as well as NGOs such as Sanka, Eldorado Park Crisis Center, and Comeback Mission. These efforts focus on domestic violence, crimes against women and children, and substance abuse. Activities include school talks and pamphlet distribution. The Victim Empowerment Center operates on a 24/7 basis, providing counseling, shelter, and support to victims of domestic violence and GBV-related incidents. In terms of question 2, crime prevention measures continue to be implemented to protect children. However, when parents commit crimes against their own children, it becomes extremely difficult for government to intervene. It becomes a shared responsibility between the community and SAPS to intervene. All such reports are treated as a priority, with SAPS providing support to victims. While ensuring the swift apprehension of perpetrators. Although many of these incidents occur behind closed doors and cannot always be prevented, SAPS responds immediately once these cases are reported. In terms of question 3, SAPS has partnered with other law enforcement agencies to ensure police visibility in the area and respond effectively to reported complaints. The Community Police Forum structures, in collaboration with Eldorado Park SAPS, continue to build community trust and confidence through various engagement initiatives. In addition, inspection by district, provincial, and national offices are conducted to ensure compliance and standards and procedures. In terms of question 4, the SAPS has implemented several measures to combat drug-related activities and gang violence. These include daily disruptive operations, strategic deployments, random stop and searches, immediate tracing and arrest of suspects, community tip-offs, driven operations, and the recovery of firearms used in crimes. In terms of your last question, the victim's parents remain in police custody, while the case has been remanded to the 9th of October 2025. A 2-year-old younger brother has been placed under the care of the Department of Social Development, and the Victim Empowerment Center continues to provide comprehensive support to all victims, including counseling, shelter, and family assistance. Thanks so much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Premier. Honourable Maluka, supplementary question? You're happy? Okay. Honourable members, in terms of Rule 1387, I now open for additional supplementary questions or additional remarks by members who wish to do so. Thank you very much. Honourable members, is Honourable Engelbrecht ready? Yeah, okay. Honourable Engelbrecht, your questions to the Premier, please.
Is it on? Speaker, thank you. Premier, with regards to the Acacia police station, Could you please indicate why the station is operating with a fraction of its required patrol vehicles? When will extra vehicles be provided? And what is being done to fix the broken vehicles faster? When will the holding cells be installed? If you could please provide a date. And Premier, where is the basic office and meeting space for confidential investigations? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Honourable Premier.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Thank you so much, Member Engelbrecht. The SAPS has forwarded the following information to us, that the station is currently functioning at 97.8, which is 98% of its required capacity, with 86% of the mentioned vehicles being operational. To safeguard the security of SAPS members and preserve the integrity of operations, actual figures pertaining to vehicle allocation are not publicly disclosed. It's not me, members.
So, sit. We'll address the matter.
In terms of new additional vehicles, the station is due to be allocated 3 additional vehicles for the 2025-2026 financial year. In terms of question 3, depending on the nature of repairs required, such as servicing or panel beating, the SAPS garage endeavours to complete the work at the earliest possible time. In terms of question 4, the requirement for holding cells has been incorporated into the new procurement process for alternative accommodation, but alternative accommodation is currently being managed by the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. In terms of your last question on confidential investigations are conducted within the Office of the Detective Services Commander, thus guarantee confidentiality in this regard. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Premier. Honourable Engelbrecht, supplementary question or short remark?
Speaker, thanks very much. Premier, we did an oversight at that Acacia police station, and there were only 5 available vehicles, and taking note that they have over 150 square kilometres that they have to look after, and that excludes the township, so it's a much bigger area, and that there are no holding cells. So 1 or 2 of the vehicles have to be used to transport somebody who's been arrested to another police station because they do not have holding cells. And the room that you mentioned, Premier, is one single room that they have in which investigations are done, criminals are investigated, people sit down, there's a boardroom, even the morning patrol gets done in that single room. And in terms of the garage, Premier, the vehicles are in the garage for more than 12 months. So there is a real crisis with this police station, as there is no capacity. So I'm not sure, Premier, maybe you should go and visit the police station, because the information that they gave you and the information that we saw, and I was with Honourable Solly Msimanga when we went, is not according to the information that you've been provided. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Engelbrecht. Honourable members, in terms of Rule 138, subsection 7, I now open for additional supplementary questions or short remarks. Okay. Honourable Premier, you may respond to the...
Yes, I accept the invite to visit the police station. I will do so in due course. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Premier. Honourable Engelbrecht, your second set of questions.
Speaker, I'm very thrilled to hear that the Premier will be going to the police station. If he could maybe just inform us, then we can join you, Premier. Thank you very much.
Okay. Honourable members of the EFF, Honourable Abrahams, yeah, I gave you an opportunity to ask your second set of questions, and you said you're happy to go with the Premier too.
I'm sorry, I thought I replied to the Premier's offer to go to the police station, Speaker, so I misheard you. But I've got my next set of questions.
Okay,
please.
proceed.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Premier, again regarding the police station, could you please indicate what the department is doing about the raw sewage spillage in a police station, toilets that aren't working, and that horrible smell within the environment that the officers have to work? And when will proper sanitary ablutions be made available? And then, why are the detectives and public relying on private cell phones because there's no working telephone system? When will such a system be restored? And what mental health and counselling services are available for these police officers who are working in very difficult environment? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Honourable Premier.
I thought Member Engelbrecht has accepted my offer, therefore this question falls off, but I'll try, Member Engelbrecht, because these are the answers that are provided to me by the SAPS. So they indicate that the Regional Department of Public Works was requested to engage with the owners in order to address the matter of sewer spillage in the police station. In terms of question 2, the provision of proper sanitary ablutions has been incorporated into the procurement plan of the police station, and they will organize alternative accommodation so that they don't have these challenges moving forward. In terms of question 3, the station currently has 12 official cellular phones on strength. The allocation of cellular phones is the responsibility of the station commander in line with internal prescripts. With regards to the detective environment, only group commanders are authorized to be allocated cellular phones. The station faces a unique challenge in that it does not have access to functional landline system, as the legacy of Telkom copper infrastructure was decommissioned when Telkom elected not to renew it. An IPT telephone system cannot be implemented due to the current inadequate infrastructure to support the system from Telkom. In terms of question 4, a quotation for the required data link upgrade has been received. The implementation of the cell phones or telephone solution is contingent upon the installation of the new data line by the appointed contractor. In terms of your last question, the employee health and wellness services for SAPS Acacia are provided by a multidisciplinary team comprising of a chaplain, a social worker, a psychologist, who deliver psychosocial and spiritual support to SAPS members and their immediate families. Their services include reactive counseling interventions, proactive resilience building programs, information sharing sessions, and the commemoration of health calendar events related to employee wellness. Thanks so much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Premier. Member Engelbrecht.
Premier, thank you. That specific police station doesn't have holding cells. It only has 5 vehicles that are working. It doesn't have a proper electricity supply. It keeps on coming off. It doesn't have a telephone system. It doesn't have proper toilets, and the sewerage is running throughout the premises, and it doesn't have a proper victim empowerment room. So, Premier, it is clear that this police station needs to be moved to different location where all these facilities, including a holding cell, is available. I'd like to ask you, Premier, when will a new police station, because this is a very large area that this police station needs to patrol, when will a new police station be built for the officers and to supply the community's needs in terms of reporting crime? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Honourable Engelbrecht. Honourable members, in terms of Rule 138, subsection 7, are now open for additional supplementary questions or additional remarks by members who wish to do so. Premier, you may close your remarks.
Madam Speaker, as indicated, I think there is a dire need for me to visit the police station sooner than I thought, so that we can attend to the issues that have been raised. The HOD is here. I'll work with the relevant leadership of the SAPS to attend to those things. And I can assure you, Member Engelbrecht and Member Msimang, that I'll invite you to join me when I attend to. And the tentative date is next week, Tuesday, but I'll confirm it. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable members of the EFF, I don't know if you've made arrangements for anyone to read questions for Honorable Abrahams. If so, you may proceed to the Premier.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll take Honorable Abrahams' questions. On the 15th, the MEC, in collaboration with the City of Tshwane, conducted a housing inspection in Esterres to engage with the community about their housing concerns. Can the MEC please, number one, provide details about the communities visited, and number two, regarding all the communities visited, can the MEC provide an update on the interventions implemented with the city to address the housing challenges these communities face? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Premier. Questions by Honorable Abrahams of the EFF. Okay.
No. By smuggling, I think you go human settlement.
No. I do have in here for community safety question number 25. In any case, Premier will attend to the matter. Thank you very much. That's fine. We will communicate with Honorable Abrahams, because if he doesn't have the question, then it means he did not prepare the response.
But the MEC has answers, so if...
No, for community safety. Community safety. Your question is here. It will be responded to.
Sorry,
so it's question number 25. You read the wrong question. Community safety.
Oh, no,
Okay.
Yeah, no. Okay, honorable members.
I think we jumped to the question, and Honorable Maluka will ask the question, Speaker. Confused. Stick to the question page.
Honorable Masoleng, stay calm, my sister. Relax. Take a deep breath. Yeah. Do you have the question, Honorable Maluka? 25. That was supposed to be asked by Honorable Abrahams.
No.
You don't. Okay, it's fine. Okay, the ruling is that the question may please be directed to the Premier for a response. Premier, the question will be directed to your office. Thank you very much, honorable members. Honorable Masole, Premier, thank you very much for your indulgence, and all the members who have allowed us to pose questions to the Premier as we have done. We are still under questions for oral reply to executive in terms of Rule 135. Honorable Mfikwe, you may pose your question to MEC for Economic Development. Honorable Maile.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. To the MEC for Economic Development, noting that skills produced by our country's education system are crucial for economic growth, and that TVET education is an essential part of economic growth and development. Can the MEC answer the following questions? 1, what concrete steps is the department taking to ensure that the skills developed through TVET colleges and CETA-funded training match the sector's current and anticipated future skills requirements? 2, can the MEC please indicate mechanisms in place for regular formal engagement between provincial government, industry organizations, and training institutions, so we identify critical skill gaps and co-design the requisite training programs? And 3, the last one, what concrete measures are being implemented to significantly increase the number of artisans, technicians, and engineers graduating from Gauteng-based institutions, specifically aligned to our industrial hubs and infrastructure projects? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Mfikwe. Honorable MEC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member, and thanks, Honorable Speaker. The answer to your first question is that the VAL SEZ has forged strategic partnerships with various training institutions and higher education organizations, including VAL Technology and Northwest University. These collaborations have been formalized through a memorandum of understanding with these institutions aimed at developing courses and training programs that are specifically aligned with the skill sets required by our investors in the production facilities. The academic curricula will incorporate modules that are pertinent to the needs of our investors, enabling prospective students to engage in practical training with these facilities, whilst theoretical components will be delivered at the affiliated academic institutions. The Lanseria High-Tech SEZ is currently in the pre-designation stage for licensing as required by the Special Economic Zone Act 16 of 2014, and the process involves preparing and submitting business case, master plan, and feasibility study to the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition. In preparation for this, the project team has engaged several higher learning institutions and research partners to align skills development with the SEZ high-tech and ICT-driven objectives. CSIR, a memorandum of understanding, is in the process to frame collaboration and define key work streams for innovation and technical research. Amazon Web Services training focused on equipping individuals with cloud computing skills. AWS training covers areas like application deployment, data management, security, machine learning, and networking, leading to AWS certification that enhance employability and career growth. Public Affairs Research Institute, in partnership with the University of Johannesburg and Wits University, the focus is on research and advocacy around inclusive development, ensuring surrounding communities are integrated into the SEZ growth plans, skills development partnerships through broader engagements. Institutions like the University of Wits, University of Joburg, and the Innovation Hub have shown keen interest in developing training program aligned to the SEZ innovation agenda. These collaborations emphasize addressing South Africa's skills mismatch by embedding digital literacy in early education pipeline. Furthermore, there is consensus that universities, TVET colleges, and the private sector must co-develop curricula tailored to high-tech SEZ operational demands. The TIH training programs solely focus on unemployment youth from various townships in Gauteng, and there's a lot of them there. Because of time, I will not go through those details. And then on the AIDC is working with TVET colleges to develop industry-relevant training programs. Additionally, the AIDC is setting up a manufacturing center of excellence to cater for future skills and EV-related training. On question 2, once again, there's work done by Val SEZ, working with the Northwest University, with Val University of Technology. Then there's also work done by the TIH on question 2, and it also includes GP, MICT, CETA, working with Net Campus. There's TOG IT, Biotechnology Group, and all that. And AIDC as well, including working with NACAM there, and AIDC additionally having that program of building a center. On question 3, once again there we are detailing the work that each the SEZ of VALS doing. We are in addition talking to the work that West Rand SEZ is working on in collaboration with Sibanye Stillwater and the University of South Africa. That is in addition. And then IDZ, contractor requirements. Contractors appointed on the projects are required to provide structured workplace learning opportunities for learners, and all that information is there. We'll circulate to the honorable member. And then institutional partnerships as well that are there. And yeah, I think the other details will circulate to the honorable member. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. Honorable Mfugwe, a supplementary question or short remark?
No, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We appreciate the responses from the MEC, and of course we'll get more information from the document that he'll provide. We do note that we need to capacitate our skills force so that we are able to build a thriving economy. So we hope that these partnerships will indeed yield the required results for our economic growth. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Mfikwe. Honorable members, in terms of Rule 134, subsection 7, I now open for additional supplementary questions or short remarks. Honorable Moriarty.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And it was interesting to hear the data that was being shared by the Honourable MEC, and I certainly concur that this is certainly where there's a focus that is required. Growing the economy and getting people into jobs will be more about skills development and giving opportunities, much less trying to do kits constable type of interventions like we've seen in Nasi Spani. But what I would like to point out is that I'm looking here at the budget for the Department of Economic Development. The fact is, TVET colleges are not mentioned at all, and there's scarce mention of the Vaal University of Technology. It's a well-known fact that if you're going to get something done in government, it has to appear in your APPs and therefore in your budget. If it's not here, then how is it going to be realized? I trust that this isn't going to be empty words from the MEC, but we will actually see skills development, real skills development take place. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Moriarty. Honorable MEC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I don't know if the Honorable Member is aware of our APPs, because the Department of Economic Development, the budget that we have, which is a facilitative budget, and it's a budget that we give to agencies, and most of our agencies, if you look at AIDC, for instance, 80% of their funding, they raise it themselves. They've got a lot of partnerships. He's saying TVETs are not mentioned and all that. I just said we're building a center there through monies that we are working with CETAs, monies that we are raising ourselves there. If you look at the OR Tambo, IDZ, about 70% of their budget is self-funded and all that. And unfortunately, Honorable Member, what is this, your APPs and all that, it's monies that you appropriate through the legislature. Then there's these monies that the entities are raising, which you might not see there, and it doesn't mean it's not there. So I know you are very, you're an optimist. You don't believe in anything that we are doing, which is fine because we are in the opposition. But if you need information, don't assume. You must ask for the information, then we can give you that information. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. Honorable Makwala, your questions to MEC for Finance.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I'll be reading for Honorable Makwala.
Okay.
In light of the recent Gauteng Municipal Revenue Management Workshop hosted by Treasury and threats made by the National Minister of Treasury to certain municipalities in the province, what is the strategy on the side of the Treasury of the province and as far as dealing with municipal waste? And is there any existing framework that the province Treasury will be deploying to ensure that municipalities that have demonstrated poor financial management are sanctioned? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable MEC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. As guided, so answer to question 1 is as guided by Section 5.4, subsection A of the MFMA, Gauteng Provincial Treasury continues to monitor both the revenue and expenditure performance of the municipalities monthly. Written feedback is shared with the municipalities for consideration as it highlights on possible outcomes at the end of the financial year. Gauteng Provincial Treasury is considering quarterly in-year monitoring hearings with all the municipalities to ensure the budget is implemented as adopted and will not result to any operating deficits and fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And answer to question 2, Gauteng Provincial Treasury has developed a framework for budget funding plans to be applied by all municipalities that have adopted unfunded budgets which may relate to poor financial management. This has been issued to municipalities and workshops are scheduled for September 2025. This is to ensure there is improvement in the budget funding position of the municipalities and improve the financial management affairs of the affected municipalities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. Honorable Maluka, on behalf of Honorable Makwala. Supplementary question? None. Thank you very much. Honorable members, in terms of Rule 137, subsection 7, I now open up for supplementary questions, or rather additional questions or short remarks, if there are any. Okay. Thank you very much, honorable members. Honorable Makwala, again to Honorable MEC for Finance.
Thank you very much, Speaker. In light of the recently imposed 30% sanctions against the Republic of South Africa, as the EFF, we have continuously asked this administration, what measures has the provincial government put in place to remedy the impact that these sanctions will have, seeing that the United States of America remains one of the biggest, if not the biggest foreign direct investment partner operating in Gauteng? What, if any, are the material changes that Treasury has anticipated will happen to the current investment standard in Gauteng? Has there been any study that has been conducted on the impact of these sanctions in as far as job creation in the private sector? Especially the automotive industry is conduct. What are the key takeaways from the study, and what has been the Gauteng Provincial Treasury strategy been in sourcing alternative sources of foreign direct investment into the province that does not rely on the key major players, that is China and the USA? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Honourable MEC.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. The answer to question 1 is that while original equipment manufacturers based in Gauteng, such as Ford, BMW, and Nissan, do not directly export to the US, the sanctions have had a pronounced impact on component manufacturers integrated into value chains linked to OEMs with heavy US exposure. According to the National Association of Automotive Components and Allied Manufacturers, these components suppliers have felt the immediate effect of reduced export opportunities and disrupted trade flows. In response, the provincial government is actively pursuing market diversification strategies by strengthening trade and investment ties with alternative global partners. Key among these are China and India, where efforts are underway to increase export volumes and attract new investment streams to offset the losses from the US market, especially in other sectors like agriculture and others. Question 2, tariffs have been negotiated at national level and the province is not involved, as the honourable member will know. Question 3, to date, no formal study has been conducted to comprehensively assess the impact of the recent sanctions on job creation or potential job losses within the sector. However, leading industry bodies such as NAMSA and NACEM have issued statements that provide critical insights into the current and projected implications. And according to NAMSA, the automotive industry stands exposed, both in terms of immediate volume disruptions and long-term market access risks. They have warned that the imposition of US tariffs could disrupt thousands of jobs, destabilizing automotive export-reliant regions such as East London and placing pressures on OEMs that have made long-term industrial and financial commitments in South Africa, including investments in local manufacturing, skills development, and export infrastructure. NAMSA further stressed the importance of maintaining the US market whilst deepening regional trade, expanding into African and Asian markets and accelerating the transition to new energy vehicles to safeguard production capacity and attract new investments. NECAM echoed similar concerns, warning that the 30% US tariffs on exports could threaten thousands of jobs, given the strategic role the US plays as an export destination for components manufactured in South Africa. While existing contracts may still be honored, the greater risks lies in the cancellation or non-renewal of future contracts, which undermines South Africa's competitiveness in the global automotive supply chain. They noted that while opportunities exist in EU markets and African industrial partnerships, especially in automotive-related critical mineral processing, these are not immediate solutions and require strategic planning and investment. Answer to question 4, South Africa's automotive industry must urgently diversify export markets and de-risk from over-reliance on the singular markets like the US, as current geopolitical tensions have exposed vulnerabilities, expanding into regions like Africa, Asia, and the EU, while accelerating the NEV transition is essential to safeguard jobs and ensure long-term industry sustainability. Answer to the last question, we are actively engaging BRICS countries to unlock new investment flows, while also targeting intra-African investment through strengthened continental partnerships aligned with the AFCFTA framework. Furthermore, Gauteng has intensified its international investment promotion efforts through targeted roadshows in Europe and the Middle East, and is building new markets relations with countries like Canada aimed at fostering innovation-driven, sustainable investment into priority sectors such as advanced manufacturing, green economy, and digital industries. This diversification strategy not only mitigates geopolitical risks but also aligns with the province's goal of building a resilient and global integrated economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Premier. Thank you very much, MEC Maile. Honorable Maluka, supplementary question or short remark? Thank you very much. Honorable members, I now open to supplementary questions or additional remarks in terms of Rule 134, subsection 7, if there are any. Okay. Honorable Muketi, your question to MEC for Human Settlements.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Question to the MEC for Human Settlement in terms of Rule 134 reads as follows. Honorable MEC, we welcome the Department's commitment to transform single-sex hostels such as Meadowlands in Soweto into a safe, inclusive, and family-friendly environment. This shift is a vital step towards a spatial justice, social cohesion, and restoring dignity to families who have long endured inadequate living conditions. In this regard, can the Honorable MEC respond to the following questions? 1, please provide a detailed update on the timelines and implementation plan for converting hostels like Meadowlands into family-oriented housing, and which hostels are prioritized in phase 1 of the rollout. 2, what steps are being taken to ensure that current hostel residents are actively consulted and that their voices shape the design, layout, and governance of these new upgraded facilities? And lastly, how will the department ensure that these hostels conversions contribute to integrated human settlement by connecting residents to basic services, transport infrastructure, and economic opportunities within the surrounding communities? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Muketi. Honorable MEC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Muketi, for the question, and the responses are as follows. Out of the 65 hostels in Gauteng, only 6 are owned by the department. These are JP, Denver, George Goch, Marian Robert, MBA, and Ritabile. The rest, amounting to 59, are owned by the respective municipalities where they are located. All 6 are in the city of Joburg. Providing service delivery like routine cleaning and maintenance remains the responsibility of the respective municipalities,
while the department provides such services to the 6 hostels it owns. Converting hostels to family units requires long-term collaborative plans between the municipalities and the department. Due to constraints in the fiscus currently, especially in this term, the department has prioritized 5 hostels, which is 1 per corridor, not owned by the department but owned by the municipalities, to support and assist the municipalities for major repairs of structural damages, electrical infrastructure and water and sewer infrastructure. These hostels are Jabulani in the city of Joburg, Kagiso in the West Rand, Protea Ratanda in Sedibeng, Mamelodi in Tshwane, and Setuga Hostel in Ekurhuleni. This is over and above the work that the department is doing in the 6 inner city hostels that it owns. This makes a total of 11 hostels that have now been prioritized. The response to the second part of your question is as follows. The department always ensures that for any intervention it embarks upon in hostels, hostel leadership structures, the Izinduna or their respective committees are the broader hostel communities are engaged. Interventions like cleaning, routine maintenance, major repairs and planning for new housing developments are always influenced by the inputs of hostel residents. The response to the last part of your question is as follows. Taking the redevelopment of Kagiso precinct as an example, this project is implemented and guided by the approved Gauteng hostel redevelopment strategy, whose key pillars are precinct development approach, sustainability, integrated and livable human settlements, the de-densification, thereby constructing of multi-story walk-ups or flats, the centrality of intergovernmental relations, people-centered development, and secured tenure, because at the end of the development, we will be issuing title deeds. It's also important to note that the city of Joburg, 2 weeks ago in their last council sitting, approved the hostel redevelopment strategy for the city of Joburg. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable MEC. Honourable Muketi, supplementary question.
No, thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I welcome the response. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, in terms of Rule 134, subsection 7, I now open for additional supplementary questions or additional remarks by members who wish to do so. Honourable Chirota, or do you want me to start with him again? Okay. Honourable Msimanga, and then you'll follow.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Honourable MEC, in the previous term, we visited quite a number of hostels that have had so-called renovation taking place and the transformation into family units. And quite a number of them, including George Koch, that we visited. And unfortunately, MEC Diale Tlabela is out of here, but we are visited with her. And a lot of money had been spent, but there's no actual visible change that has actually been there. Would you be able to then inform the House what mechanisms are going to be put in place to ensure that the money that is going to be spent will actually yield the results? And in fact, when can we see that? Because I've looked at the current budget, this financial year's budget, I haven't seen anything that talks to the money that will be going to those hostels. Thank you very much.
Honourable Msimanga, Honourable Fuchs.
Chair, thank you very much. Chair, the question relates to family units, and I wasn't sure whether the response from the MEC was dealing specifically with family units or was just talking more about general upgrading of these things. But the fact is that on a number of occasions throughout the last maybe 26 years, we've often heard about family units. In fact, the family units for Meadowlands was first raised in 1999 by the then MEC for Housing, which was Paul Mashatile. Now, we're all aware of the cash shortfalls in terms of converting fully to family units. But there's been an indication that there is a lack of funds in order to do that. And so alternative proposals were made to do something slightly differently. Can the MEC please clarify? Can the MEC please clarify what the situation is in terms of the funding gap? And are we going to see family units created in full as opposed to some other half measure? Thank you.
Thank you very much, honourable members. MEC.
Speaker, if I can start with Member Fuchs, is it fine? Thank you so much. So, Member Fuchs, a family unit is not anything different to our RDP house specification. Yeah. They are available in my response to Member Mugeti, at Jabulani Hostel. They are available at Setuha Hostel. So, my response to Member Mugeti's question was explaining why we are not doing anything at Meadowlands. So if you read her question, she was asking about Meadowlands. I was responding to her, explaining what we are doing in the hostels that we own, number one, and which of the 5 that we don't own we are going to do, family units included. Then I went into detail explaining what we are going to do at Kagiso, which is a complete redevelopment of the hostel. That's going to include what you refer to as family units. It's going to include social housing, which is rental stock for those who do not qualify for the subsidized housing. So it's not going to be anything outside the policy framework that Human Settlements has now, in line with the grant conditions. And I think you know the answer better than I do to the funding model and the budget constraints. So we're going to use the same budget, the same funding that we get from national government through the housing grants. If anything, like I've said over and over, changes in the economic space and even in the fiscal space in the province, we will go to Treasury to look at how Treasury can support the funding of additional houses outside of the grant framework. The province used to do it previously, but the current fiscal space doesn't allow for Treasury to give us funding from the provincial funds through equitable share to support and augment what we get from national government. Member Msimang, the response to your question relating to the budget. So first of all, I'm not sure which APP you are looking at. It's very clear in our APP. Hostel redevelopment is a target which we have budgeted for. It's in our business plan. It's also in the APP. So we have got funding for the 6 hostels that we own. We also have got funding over the MTF for the 5 hostels. The first hostel that we are going to start in this financial year is Ratanda or Protea, whichever name you want to use interchangeably. The others, because the 5 hostels that we have committed to assist the municipalities on is a 5-year program. So we're only starting with the one in this financial year. The rest are in the next financial year and in the outer years. The response to your the question about your previous visits, all I want to say is, please join. I was there last week in all 5 of the hostels, and I was joined this time with MEC Dlamini, who was part of your visits to the Human Settlements Program in the previous term. He commented on the vast changes, visible changes that have taken place, and he even referred to member, or now MEC Diale, who was at the time the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, and said that he thinks she should go and see, because possibly members of the Portfolio Committee who served as members of the Portfolio Committee in the last term would be best placed to see the very, very big differences. So I'm not going to say, because I wasn't there in the previous term, I can only speak about, but I took member Dlamini there. He knows better, and please, as soon as you can go, and without me, with me, unannounced, please go and look at the work that is taking place in the 5 hostels. We are yet to start the work in Ritabile. They are going to commence site establishment before the end of September. That is a 3-year program to do the same work in Ritabile. Thanks.
Thank you very much, MEC. Honorable Gentile, her question to MEC for Human Settlements. Are there arrangements for any one of the members to read the question? Okay. Honorable Sai has requested that her questions be...
Speaker, I can ask the question on Member Gentile's behalf, if so.
Gentile?
Yeah.
Okay, proceed.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Madam Speaker. There's a question to the MEC for Human Settlements, and it's as follows. In line with the African National Congress's commitment to building sustainable human settlements that restore the dignity of our people, and noting the Department's recent progress in various communities across Gauteng, could the MEC for Human Settlements please provide an update on the following? 1. An update on the recent service delivery and infrastructure upgrades undertaken by the Department in Slovo Park, including how these interventions are contributing to long-term improvements in the living conditions of residents. 2. An update on the delivery of housing units and service stands in areas such as Duduza and Itwatwa in the city of Ikuruleni, and indicate the categories of beneficiaries who have received these units. And 3. What measures has the Department put in place to strengthen community consultation and beneficiary participation, particularly in informal settlements earmarked for upgrading? I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairman. Honourable MEC.
Thank you very much to Member Gentile for the question. The response is as follows on the first part. The grading of internal and access roads is for the extent of 6 kilometres. This, following a formal request to the BAC or the Bid Adjudication Committee, approval was granted for a deviation from the competitive bidding process to allow the direct appointment of Johannesburg Roads Agency, the JRA, as the implementing agent. It's a lesson that we've learned using city power for the installation of or the intervention and response on transformers across the municipalities. The SLA is in the process of being signed and finalized by the department. Once concluded, a purchase order will be issued to JRA to enable commencement of the works. The intervention is expected to significantly improve mobility, access to essential services, and overall safety within the settlement. On the rehabilitation of the Slovo Park Community Hall, the department has been working closely with the City of Joburg, including the Community Development and Land Use Management units, for the refurbishment of the existing community hall. Supply chain management is currently finalizing the procurement strategy to issue a request for information to the department's PRT panel. Once appointment, the PRT will be responsible for completing the design and construction planning in line with the city requirements. The appointment of the PRT is targeted to be finalized by the end of this month. The appointment of a contractor for Slovo Park Community Hall will be subsequent to the completion of the designs and tender documentation by the consultants. This intervention will provide a dignified and functional space for community engagement, service delivery, and social development. On the second part of your question, the response is as follows. Under the rapid land release, the department has produced 2,560 service stands in Chris Hani Extension 4 to 7. This is adjacent to the Itwatwa area, which benefited beneficiaries earning between 3,501 up to 7,000 rand. The program is open to qualifying beneficiaries residing in Gauteng, and with employment to areas close to the project. Hence, the project benefited Itwatwa residents, but also individuals residing in neighbouring areas. There is no rapid land release project close to Duduza settlement at this point. The response to the last part of your question is as part of phase 1 of the upgrade of informal settlement process. The department undertakes structured engagement with stakeholders, primarily the affected community, through social facilitation and participatory planning. The key output of this phase is the development of a social compact, which reflects the collective agreements and priorities of the community, municipality, and the department. Importantly, the social compact is formally signed by the community as one of the stakeholders, demonstrating their commitment and shared understanding of the upgrading process. It serves as a foundational document that guides implementation and ensures alignment between all parties. The social facilitation process specifically focuses on discussions around how the community will be upgraded. These engagements include workshops, site visits, but importantly, feedback sessions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, MEC. Any supplementary question or remark? Proceed, please.
No, thanks very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much to the MEC for the response. Just on the second part of the question, point 2, firstly, just to indicate, I received a call from somebody earlier this week who had just been notified that they had actually been allocated a service stand. And this person had previously applied for a house, didn't qualify because of her salary that's increased. But she was quite ecstatic because she said finally she will be able to actually go and build a house. and where she's currently employed, she'll be able to use her money. So I think that there's scope for the rapid land release program, and I think we really need to see how do we strengthen and roll out this process across the province. But the question I'd like to ask Madam Speaker, through you, to the MEC. Recently, the Portfolio Committee has visited 2 rapid land release projects. One out in Pomeridge, in Ekurhuleni, and secondly went out to the Itwatwa area. I think one of the things that has been a concern is just how do we protect these projects and make sure they're not open to vandalism and to land invasions, because certainly in Pomeridge, we did see and we heard from residents the vandalism that's taken place. To such an extent, water pipes have been removed, etc. And the project we visited in Itwatwa is a brand new one. And I think the real concern is how do we protect these, and are there measures in place? Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Okay. Thank you. Honourable members, in terms of Rule 134, Sub 7, I now open for additional supplementary questions or additional remarks by members who wish to do so. If there aren't any MEC, you may respond.
Thank you very much. I think we have to work with the beneficiaries as well, because ultimately when you have handed it over to the beneficiaries own it and are responsible for it, even in line with the policy. But we have engaged community safety in the province through the wardens for added support, number one, and constant monitoring of the areas by municipalities. But we will look at how we can meet the beneficiaries halfway for support. Thanks.
Thank you very much, honourable members. Honourable Msai has requested that her questions be converted to a written response because she's got problems with connectivity. We now move to Honourable Letsoalo for his questions to MEC for Education, and MEC Mazibuko is going to be responding on behalf of MEC Education. Honourable Letsoalo, if you're online. Honourable members, is there anyone who's going to read the questions on his behalf? Proceed to questions by Honourable Mikwe to MEC for eGov. Honourable Fikwe was supposed to take care of that. Honourable Muketi? Because I have both your names. Okay. We then move to Honourable Mfikwe. Okay, I'll get someone to get her. We'll go back to her questions. Honourable Ndlovu, your questions to MEC for Infrastructure Development. All these other members are in the dining room. We'll get them back into the House to ask their questions. It's an Honourable Mfikwe, Honourable Mokhobe, and Honourable Sisedinyan. So, Honourable Ndlovu, your questions to Infrastructure.
Thank you very much, Speaker. The Gauteng Department of Infrastructure Development and Property Management was allocated about 3.6 billion for the 2025-26 financial year. Noting the department is, amongst other things, entrusted with providing integrated and smart public infrastructure. Can the department respond to the following questions? 1, how many education projects are completed and handed over, and how many are still to be concluded and handed over to the client departments? What challenges and lessons were drawn in the execution of the daunting tasks of construction about more than 200 education projects, and how many of these projects are now going to be part of the turnaround strategy as adopted recently by the department? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Ndlovu. Honourable MEC Mamabulo.
Yes, thank you very much.
The Chairman, good afternoon to you and to the honourable members. Let me greet all MSCs, the Premier in absentia, and the entire leadership of the House, honourable members. The reply to the first part of your question is that in the financial year 2024-2025, there were about 10 projects that were completed, and of course, in the current financial year, we're still working on the list of projects to be completed. And we are intending to deliver a number of projects that will include essentially new schools, massive rehabilitations, and of course, some of the maintenance within the capital works projects. The reason why I'm not giving you the number is that we still need to reconcile the information, but tentatively, we are estimating about 11 projects. But this is to be verified, and I'll explain why. Now, with respect to the second part of the question, indeed, there are various challenges and lessons that we have drawn in the last financial year. And without taking much time, the primary problem, the main one, why our projects enter tipping points of failure and poor progression from particularly planning, design, and into construction, is because we are still very weak on planning, and that also affects design. Planning requires massive, there's a lot of documents that need to be analyzed, scrutinized, and assessed, and we are not doing that properly. And we are also not following the project readiness metrics discipline. And we then solve those problems in construction. Construction is supposed to be smooth sail, except for poor contractor performance, cash problems, of course, the problem of construction mafia, but it shouldn't relate to matters that should have been dealt with in planning. And that also causes the problem of raising variation orders, because we tend to solve planning problems by variation orders, which makes our projects to be expensive, to increase, and to cause concern for our clients. This is the big problem that we have in DID, and we are trying to resolve planning and dealing with planning risks. Now, how many of these projects are going to be part of the turnaround strategy? I just want to say to you, all our projects will be part of the turnaround strategy. And just this week, we will be finalizing the data cleaning based on the infrastructure delivery platform. We are cleaning data. We're already seeing, and I see the number that you are providing here, we are already seeing that many of our projects are not funded. Some of them are not in the booklet published by Treasury called the estimates of capital expenditure, but we are running them. So we want to clean the data, and we will be able to say to you that for this financial year, the following projects are funded. For the next financial year, this is the situation, and the outer year of the MTF, so that we can see over 3 years how these projects are funded, so that we don't have, because the government planning financial cycle is over 3 years. So I'm just saying to you, honourable member, that all the projects, but you are also cleaning the data. So some of the numbers, we will have to come back to you in the portfolio committee and in the House. But otherwise, thank you for the question.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honourable MEC. Honourable Ndlovu, any supplementary question or short remark?
Thanks, Speaker. We're comfortable with the response, and we we must say, and I think I speak on behalf of the committee when I say this, we appreciate that the department is focusing more on planning, because we normally rush to do things and at the later they catch up with us. So focusing on planning is very key and we appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, in terms of Rule 134, subsection 7, I now open 4 additional supplementary questions or additional remarks by members who wish to do so. Honourable Msimanga.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to applaud Ntate Kolobi on an admission. And we've raised this a number of times before, where we've said a lot of government projects tend to fail because of you go and implement without having a proper management place in terms of project management in place. And we've always said that if you haven't planned properly, you will not be able to then implement, or even actually then be able to then track the implementation properly. So we want to acknowledge, that admission, and hopefully that in the next year we'll be able to not only see from a project management perspective, but also something done about contract management. Because a lot of projects, and I can give you a number of examples where projects are started midway, people have been paid almost 90% of the work, no work has been done, and then there is no management, there's no consequence to that, and then we spend more money to ensure that the projects are finished. So I'm hoping that MEC, this is something that we're not going to hear about it only today, but we're going to get a report that talks to how we then take it going forward in terms of project management unit within government that is able to then look at these projects, but also to then ensure that you strengthen your contract management and consequent management in terms of non-performance by contractors once the projects are handed over. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Msimanga. Honourable MEC.
Yeah, no. Let me thank Honourable Ndlovu for those points and for this very important question that you have raised. And for Honourable Msimanga, I think you have really correctly articulated the challenge that we have, and this is a fact. Indeed, the problem that we have is exactly in tightening up and improving project management in the department. And in that, we are trying to deal with the issue of particularly poor project preparation. Because, the construction environment is highly regulated. And if you don't manage the risks in the planning stages, they come and haunt you in the construction phase. And when you are supposed to complete projects, you can't get fire certificate, water use license. You can't get occupation certificate, meaning if you put people on those projects, you are putting their lives at risk. Every building should be compliant and should be safe. And that is why we shouldn't cut corners. So this is the 80% factor. If we can get this issue right of planning and project preparation, we will go a long way.
Just hold on, Honourable MEC. Honourable members, there's someone in the House who has connected, and that's why we're having the feedback. Please do not connect to the network now. It gives that feedback. Thanks. Thank you, MEC. You may proceed.
Thank you very much. Let me just quickly conclude that when we presented the turnaround ecosystem in this House and the document that we have done, we have indicated that one of the issues in the ecosystem is contract management, enforcement of contracts, consequence management. And that is why we have created what we call the governance lab, because we have got internal weaknesses in the department to enforce respect for contracts and holding contractors and PSPs accountable on terms and conditions of contracts. Currently, I think there's a challenge there. And that's why we have appointed
capacity in the governance lab precisely to strengthen contract management, because this is an area of weakness, and we have just started. So the other issue, it's also oversight. You know, currently our projects are run by oversight is done by the project manager. But you have got big construction companies, big engineering companies on construction sites, multiple subcontractors. One person will not be able to do this. So that is why we have now put a combined multidisciplinary team, precisely again, consequence management, enforcement oversight, doing proper inspections of what's going on site. So I want to agree with you that these are matters that we shouldn't deny that they are part of the big problem. And that's why they are part of our turnaround. Of course, we need to show results. We need to show results quickly, otherwise the turnaround is going to be discredited. But let me assure you and the House, Honourable Ndlovu, that we had at work trying to resolve these issues. Construction is not easy. It's a problem globally, it's a problem in the country. But that is why we're trying multiple solutions to solve these issues. And we're doing our best. But otherwise, thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable MEC. Honourable Mfikwe, your question to MEC Economic Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The Gauteng Township Economic Development Amendment Bill 2023 introduces new and amended definitions such as deprived area, economic activity, Gauteng urban space economy, and township enterprise zone. It also refines terms like enterprise, municipality, licensing authority, and township-based enterprise to better support inclusive growth and development. Can the MEC please update the House on the following? 1, what are the socio-economic factors that will be used to determine an area to be a deprived, deprived area in the context of the bill? 2, what concrete regulatory reliefs and infrastructure investment will TEZs offer that differ from existing SEZ arrangements? 3, how will the new amended bill ensure that informal traders, micro businesses will qualify for support, not just formal SMMEs? And what high-value economic activities, for example, green tech, agro-processing, will be prioritized in TEZs to go beyond survivalist trading? Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Mfikwe. Honourable MEC.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, and thanks, Honourable Mfikwe. The answer to question 1, the bill draws on South Africa's spatial inequality policy frameworks, which includes the National Development Plan, Integrated Urban Development Framework, and Stats SA Deprivation Index. In the context of the bill, an area will be declared a deprived area if it shows high poverty and unemployment, dominance of informality and lack of business infrastructure, severe infrastructure services or backlog, low education or skills levels, legacy of spatial exclusion. These factors combined justify special regulatory relief, infrastructure investment, and targeted enterprise support under the Act. Answer to question 2, the regulatory relief for TEZs, different from SEZs, they may offer simplified compliance and licensing, tax and fee reliefs tailored for micro, small enterprises, public procurement preferences, guaranteed local content quotas in government procurement, e.g. in schools, sourcing uniforms from these entities, or reserved supply status for township firms in essential goods and services. Labour and business support flexibility, which will include streamlined labour compliance for cooperatives and micro small enterprises, special provisions for informal traders such as longer trading hours, exemptions, and formal recognition of street markets. Infrastructure investment in these TEZs, how they differ from SEZs. They may offer upgrading trading stalls, market squares, taxi ranks with storage, cold rooms, and ICT facilities, building micro-industrial parks for artisans, which will include mechanics, carpenters, welders, with shared utilities, logistics hub within townships linked to distribution networks, easing last-mile delivery, community, broadband networks, and subsidized data centers for digital entrepreneurs. Answer to question 3. The bill currently makes provision for the following. The bill widens the definition of enterprise to include not just registered companies, but also cooperatives, sole proprietors, spaza shops, street traders, and informal operators. And this recognition is critical. It prevents municipalities and agencies from excluding informal actors when designing support programs. Tailored business support, the TDA 2023 mandate tailored development programs for township enterprises, not a one-fits-all SMME support model. E.g., in the bill, shared trading infrastructure, market storage facilities, trading stalls, skills development specific to survivalists and micro businesses, basic bookkeeping, digital trading tools, food safety training, cluster-based support, e.g., mechanic yards, fashion hubs, food markets, etc. Answer to the last question, townships already have strong food demand and small producers. Upgrading this into processing creates real value. On green and circular economy, townships face waste, energy, and water challenges. Turning them into business opportunities is both developmental and profitable. Digital and creative economy, youth-driven, low-barrier, scalable, tapping into digital and cultural capital, e-commerce, fulfillment hubs, last-mile delivery, online marketplaces for township-made goods, animation, music, and gaming studios, leveraging local talent, digital repair and refurbishing centers, light manufacturing and artisan clusters. Townships have already have artisans in the form of mechanics, carpenters, welders, and the TEZ can formalize and scale them. Tourism and experience economy. Townships already attract visitors but need structured value chains. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, MEC. Honourable Figo, supplementary question or short remark?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just a short remark, appreciating the work that's being done and hoping that the TEZ will assist in making the creation of jobs in townships possible and also assisting in the development of those areas, not taking them away from the townships. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Okay. Thank you. Honourable members, in terms of Rule 134, subsection 7, I now open for additional supplementary questions or additional remarks by members who wish to do so. Honourable Moriarty.
Yes, thank you very much. All right, so what has happened here is that we now have an amendment to an existing act. The act only came into being a short couple of years ago. So we had a plan, if you like. It was enacted, and now we have to change it. Why? Well, obviously it didn't work, and we witness this when we go into engagements with communities. When we go as an economic development committee, we are always guaranteed to have quite a large turnout of disappointed small businesses and entrepreneurs, because whatever we conceptualized in the previous act didn't work. I would hope then what we are hearing this morning is actually going to translate. One thing that did occur to me as I was listening to the raft of solutions that were being put forward by the MEC is how familiar half of them were. In terms of things like school uniforms and a number of other things, well, there's a procurement policy, and that has been in place for some time. It doesn't seem to be working. In terms of the concentration of opportunities within a particular zone, Well, we have the industrial parks. An inspection of the industrial parks will leave one shocked more than anything else because of the failure and the inability to manage a lot of these places, with a few exceptions. I could go on and talk about the distribution centres for spas or shops, similar failures. So what is missing in all of this is two things. One is the acceptance that a lot of this is local economic development, which needs to be under the control of the municipalities. Indeed, there are municipalities that have a very well sourced local economic development, also without a great deal of success. So there needs to be more coordination, but even better, if it could deregulate certain things, the red tape things that hamper small businesses, particularly when it comes to labour relations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Moriarty. Honourable MEC?
No, thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I think one of the mistakes we shouldn't make is to create an impression that this legislation will only depend on the provincial government for its success. So I think the assumption that that is the case, I think it's wrong. And that's why we have to work with the municipalities. We have to work with national government. But most importantly, we have to work with those MSMEs. They are now called MSMEs. No, they no longer call them SMMEs. So we have to work with those MSMEs, Honourable Member. They have to run those zones. So any expectation that it's government that is going to run and fund all of them and all that. And that's why in the strategy, we look at various things, market access being one of them. So supply chain of government or procurement can't be the only, because the townships, in the townships, there's been a study that is done by the World Bank, not by us, that says there's 200 billion that is circulating in the townships. And the question is, where does that 200 billion go? It goes to the established big companies that are in the townships through the malls and all that. So we need to empower the entrepreneurs to be able to access that. So it means there is a market in the townships. So to assume and create an impression that the only market that exists is the government market, that's what Plains Monday called what voodoo economics. There's no such. But then the third issue is the issue of funding. There's issue of funding. All entrepreneurs, big and small, are faced by that issue. And how we deal with it, for you to create an impression that government is not doing anything, it's also false. You know, I had a privilege of attending to a scene in Orange Farm where a shop was burned. In fact, I was shocked when I got there that that shop owner was funded by us. There's a lot of them, and a successful shop and all that. So the issue of funding, if you want to have a discussion with us, let's have a discussion in terms of how do we resolve it, because you know the limitations that we have, the limitations that we face because of all these competing priorities. So I think it's populist to also try and go around mobilizing entrepreneurs saying government is failing because not all of them are getting funding. So you are just a populist. That's the problem. Except being a pessimist, you are also a populist. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, MEC. Honourable Mfigo, you have a second set of questions. Just hold on. Chief Whip.
No, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. In terms of the rule book, Rule 133 states the amount of time that we can actually spend on questions. So I would like to at least meet with the party leaders so that we can now discuss what can we do, because we've now gone beyond and exceeded the time that is allocated as per the rules. I don't want you or any members of this House to be in violation of the rules. Thank you very much. Okay, if you allow us, maybe if I can meet with the party leaders. Thank you.
Okay, so that means then, oh, okay. Then, Chief Whip, I'm going to allow that. Then it means the House is going to be adjourned. For how much time do you need? 5?
No, the House can continue. Party leaders can meet.
Or you want to meet? Yeah.
Just 2
okay.
minutes caucus.
All right. No, that's fine. Do so. Honorable Mfikwe, your second set of questions, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. My probably last question for the day to our MEC for Economic Development, my comrade. Noting that the Gauteng Tourism Authority strives to empower youth and small enterprises, can the MEC answer the following questions? What proportion of GTA's enterprise development budget was allocated to township-based tourism SMMEs and programs for women-owned tourism businesses? And 2, MEC, how does the province track whether GTA programs address economic imbalances between well-established tourist hubs, e.g. Sandton, and township destinations, e.g. Vilakazi? Thank you very much.
MEC, and respond to the question.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. But it's fine. I get reminded of so, the answer to question 1 is that GTA has a total budget of about 4.9 million for tourism supply functions, which entails tourism skills development, enhanced visitor experience, sustainable business support, and MSME market access opportunities. The entire budget is based towards township beneficiation, the whole budget, Honorable Fikwe, targeting tourism and hospitality businesses and community beneficiation through various sector opportunities. In the implementation of our programs and project businesses owned by youth, women, and other transformation imperatives are taken into account. Answer to question 2, Township Economic Development Act remains the cardinal pillar of Gauteng Tourism's program 4 of tourism development and management. Through regional and tourism stakeholder engagement, focus is given to township destinations instead of focusing on affluent areas. However, where possible, township attractions and or experiences leverage economic beneficiation from well-established sites, attractions and hubs when we are having major or mega events like Meetings Africa, DSTV, Delicious, etc. GTA facilitate focused pre- and post-tours, targeting township offerings across the length and breadth of the province. And for the recent past financial years, especially after the COVID pandemic, GTA has used regional tourism stakeholders and role players to determine areas of intervention. Thank you very much.
Any supplementary question, Member Mfikwe?
Not a question, Deputy Chair of Chairs, just a comment that our inclination is towards women empowerment because of the triple oppression that women would have experienced and continues to experience. So, MEC, we do appreciate the efforts that the department and the entities under are taking in empowering women, but we would really want to see more women being empowered and more women businesses thriving in our townships. Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs.
What's the time now? Good afternoon, members. I'm applying my discretion in advance in terms of Section 134, subsection 7 of the standing rules. That I will not, I have decided in advance that there will be no additional supplementary questions or remarks that will be permitted going forward. This decision is taken in interest of time. The Chief Whips may as well take a decision that we are coming to the end based on the number of time that we've already taken. We will be guided by them. But as things stand now, all questions going forward, including this one that has just concluded, I'm not going to allow for further supplementary questions, additional supplementary questions in terms of my discretionary powers that have been afforded to me by the standing rules. I will therefore ask for the next question. Member Mokobe, is he on? Okay. Yeah, you can continue. Member Msongo.
Thanks, Deputy Chair of Chairs. This is Member Seselinyana's question asking to the Executive Council on Education. In view of the Department's commitment to ensuring safe and equitable access to education through the Scholar Transport Program and acknowledging the important role it plays in improving learner attendance and academic outcomes across the province, could the MEC provide an update on, firstly, the number of learners currently benefiting from the Scholar Transport Program and areas where this service has created the greatest impact? Secondly, whether the department has taken steps to improve the safety, reliability, and monitoring of scholar transport operations, including the vetting of service providers, as well as the enforcement of roadworthiness standards. And finally, what progress has been made in reviewing and strengthening the Gauteng scholar transport policy to address the long-standing challenges such as route limitations, vehicle compliance, and equitable access for learners in high-demand areas? Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Who's answering the question on behalf of the MEC of Education? Okay, Member MEC Mazibuko.
Mtaneke to respond. Thank you very much, Honourable Member Hube, for the question. In responding to question number 1, the learners that are being transported by scholar transport, their total number is 232,774. And I won't go into breakdown, but I will share with the table assistants the numbers of, according to districts, how many learners are being transported per district. In responding to question number 2, whether the department has taken steps to improve the safety, the Department of Education has partnered with the Department of Gauteng of Community Safety and is in the process of mobilizing all affected accounting officers to strengthen the partnership. The department has also partnered with the Department of Roads and Transport in ensuring the safety of learners. And furthermore, the Department of Education has appointed 15 coordinators who are tasked with conducting periodic monitoring of the buses. The department also continues to monitor the program within its budget, and at the current time, the service level agreements that have been signed with service providers refers only to the vetting of drivers and not the vetting of service providers at large. The service providers are, however, appointed following a rigorous selection process. In responding to question number 3, what progress has been made in reviewing and strengthening the Gauteng scholar transport policy to address long-standing challenges such as your route limitations, viable compliance, and equitable access for learners in high-demand areas? The answer is the department has initiated a review of the policy that will include a reassessment of issues related to the selection of routes, strengthening compliance, and expanding access into areas of need. The review is still at an initial stage, but is expected to be concluded within the current financial year. Siyabonga kakhulu Somlo.
Supplementary question.
Thanks, Chair, Deputy Chair of Chairs. It's not necessarily a supplementary question, however, a comment to say that the issues in relation to scholar transport have affected our province quite significantly, and the review process, I wish it would take a bit of lesser time, because it is affecting, especially in the private scholar transport, because there is not much regulation and taxi associations do as they please in relation to our learners' lives. Thank you.
Thank you. We had jumped to the question by Member Mokobe. Is there anybody who's been tasked to ask a question for Member Mokobe? Because it was jumped. Member Mhlongo. It's a question to the MEC for infrastructure.
Yes.
Okay.
Thanks, Deputy Chair of Chairs, again. Noting that Gauteng faces the highest migration and in-migration as the economic hub of the country, further noting that this increases the demand for unplanned service delivery and infrastructural challenges, can the MEC share with us the following? Firstly, what has been the overall percentage contribution of DID in addressing the high employment and economic challenges in Gauteng, especially among the youth, women, and people with disabilities in the past 3 financial years? In which infrastructure programs is the department planning to roll out in the next 3 financial years aimed at addressing service delivery across Gauteng? And what medium-term and long-term interventions are put in place to help fast-track infrastructure delivery under the ANC-led Department of Infrastructure? Thank you.
MEC Mamabulo.
TVET challenge here, Honourable Member. Yes, the question on infrastructure, Chair, as raised by the Honourable Member, proceed from the one we have dealt with on Honourable Ndlovu. And let me indicate that we are unable to count the percentage, and we don't want to mislead the House, about the percentage contribution of infrastructure to job creation. Because we need to find the correct method to do that. And we need good figures, credible data, otherwise people will dismiss the numbers. So at this point, we don't have the figures, the percentage of infrastructure projects contribution to job creation. But I must say that we do have figures about the number of companies, SMMEs, EPWP, that we are empowering with respect to the project. So that we have. Now the next question, and of course we do in the question, and we'll save you time, do a breakdown of what are the contributions to each of those sectors. And this is again another area of data where we are trying to improve. That's why we have got what we call in IDEP the portfolio of evidence, so that in that we can be able to give accurate information about every R1 we spend, how much money has been paid for what is the multiplier effect, and how many people did it benefit, and what's the overall impact on the economy. So we are compiling that data and that statistics, and we have partnerships with some of the people that are helping us with cracking the numbers. So we are preparing for that. We don't have it now. Let me tell the truth. The second question, and of course, there are numbers on some of the empowerment figures, but let me also go to the second point about the programs that we intend to roll out in the next financial year. So currently we're sitting with 257 projects, and our plan is 15 planning, 89 in design, 22 in procurement, 21 in closeout, and 36 in construction. But I just want to indicate that this number is not, we are, as I said, we are working on it. Because some of these projects are not funded, some are underfunded. And you will see that in this, education has got 26, DID 2, health 3, and then of course social development, sports, arts and culture, about 4 combined. Now, the other question you're asking, number 3, what medium and long-term interventions are put in place to help with, to fast-track infrastructure delivery? Now, I'll just list them. And please allow me not to go into details about them. So the very first one was to put about the turnaround plan and, of course, the different areas of intervention. We have already said we are mainstreaming the project readiness metrics to make sure that we can, when we say we are going to complete so many, we are sure we're going to do that. Number two, we have already said automation and leveraging digital platforms. And here we talked about IDEP. We have already talked about that in the House. And the third one, we talked about the governance lab. I did talk about in the previous question as well. The 10 key rescue contractors. These are the people who have money because currently post-COVID, many of the contractors don't have cash. They don't have money to complete projects. We see it in the number of construction sites that are abandoned. Subcontractors not paid. So we're trying to introduce people with good balance sheet to finance delivery, whilst we should comply with broad-based Black economic empowerment, SMMEs, women, youth, military veterans, so that is not going to suffer. The other issue that we're looking at is IGR with municipalities. We have got lots of projects that are not being approved by municipalities, and we have introduced IGR interventions working with them. This, again, will help that, will ensure that we can be able to make broad impact on the economy and making sure that every rent allocated by this House for infrastructure can be able to improve lives. Because a lot of money is trapped in municipalities, not making decisions. We can't implement. And this is an area where we are trying to improve. So IGR to deal with town planning, municipal approvals, council decisions, is part of what we are trying to do to resolve some of these issues. But overall stakeholder improvement and engaging with communities, and of course ensuring that we also meet the targets of NAS, planning and infrastructure have been identified as an area to deal with that. So these are the multiple set of solutions that we're putting together to try to make sure that in the 3-year period, in the MTF period, we can be able to deliver a good number of projects, but I don't want to mislead the House about the figure. As I said in the earlier period, this is our long-term strategy to improve infrastructure delivery. I hope this will address, and apologies about the delay in answering. Yeah, there was just some bit of a challenge here, but thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs, for your understanding. Thank you.
Member, yeah, I'll give you Chief Whip. Member Song, on behalf of Member of Supplementary.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. I think the issue of youth, women, and people living with disabilities cuts across all the departments, and it's an area really where we all need to have improvements, because you'd find that in a lot of reports, whether quarterly reports or annual reports, you'd hear that it's only been 4% of youth, women, and people living with disabilities that have been empowered. I think we need to be deliberate across all the departments in that particular area. And really just to commend MEC, the turnaround plan and the 10 points that you have put in place, and the IGR with municipalities, because a number of projects get stuck where you are unable to do bulk infrastructure because everything is awaiting the municipality's approval. Therefore, working together with the different stakeholders, I think that there will be a great improvement. Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Thank you, Chief Whip. We note that you had to do consultation in terms of Section 24, subsection 3, on Rule 133, subsection 3. So we can then hear subsection 2. We can then hear your decision as Chief Whips.
No, thank you very much, the Deputy Chair of Chairs and the Chairperson of the session. We, by mutual agreement, we've agreed that we will take questions up until 2 o'clock. The House will adjourn at 2 o'clock. But we further agreed that they will utilize the opportunity on the amendment of the rules to actually become dynamic and look at how we can ensure that we amend that rule so that we are able to then deal with all the questions. Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Okay. Thank you, Chief Whip, and your counterparts. We will then move to the next question. But then you must understand that the next sitting is going to be long because we have to deal with all other questions that are outstanding. So we are just kicking the problem down the road, you know. But yeah, We are happy to leave early. Member Alberts is online. Please read us your question.
Honourable Deputy Chair of Chairs, Honourable Mulder, on behalf of Honourable Alberts, to member of the Executive Council for Roads and Transport, the National Driver's Licence printing machine falls under the jurisdiction of the National Department of Transport. This machine is aged and prone to breakdowns. It was recently out of service for over 4 months and only resumed operations in May 2025. The repairs are costly and takes time as parts must be sourced from outside the country. The most recent breakdown led to a substantial backlog of over 747,000 unissued cards as of May and June 2025. In addition to the frustration of these backlogs, this situation also exposes the road traffic system to short circuits, detrimental to drivers, road users, and the economy as a whole. Firstly, the implementation and legal administration of R2 will be severely curtailed with the deleterious effects of both governments and drivers. In the case where drivers exercise the right to have their R2 fines redirected for adjudication, it is a requirement to be in possession of a valid driver's license. Due to the printing of machines' unreliability, these road users will not be able to make use of these remedies to the R2 system, and this can lead to an avalanche of court cases, even in the form of class action applications. The same problem will arise where drivers are fined of driving without a license. This undermines the rights of the public, reduces the road behavior incentive by R2 to create safer roads, and exposes drivers to a mass repudiation of insurance coverage claims by the insurance due to their driving without valid driver's licenses. Against this background, can the MEC indicate as follows? Has the provincial government engaged with the Minister and or the Department of Transport on this matter to plan for contingencies upon the future breakdowns so as to ensure that no prejudicial situations arise for drivers, road users, and the economy that relies on road transport? If yes, what was discussed, and are any plans in place to ensure continuity of legal driving? Kindly provide comprehensive details. If no, what is the Honourable MEC's plan for action in this regard? Kindly provide comprehensive details. And given the province has exclusively provincial legislative competence over provincial roads and traffic, Constitution's Schedule 5, Part A, and there is concurrent national and provincial legislative competence over public transport and road traffic regulation, that's Constitution's Schedule 4, Part A, can the MEC indicate whether the provincial government will consider reaching an agreement with the National Department of Transport to implement a provincial driver's license solution by acquiring more cost-effective technology solutions for the issuing of electronic driver's licenses that will also provide a source of income for the provincial treasury? If yes, kindly provide comprehensive details. And Honourable Deputy Chair of Chairs, if no, kindly explain comprehensively. Thank you.
This goes on record as one of the longest questions. Member, okay, I'll ask the MEC to respond to the question. It's very long.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. But if my memory serves me well, we responded to this question. And again, me and him were the last ones to close the question and answer session. However, one will respond to it that the response still remains. The department is unable to provide the responses as the printing of license cards falls outside department's purview. However, the questions can be redirected to the National Department of Transport, and therefore 2, 3, 4, 5 shall not be also answered, and we are referring him to see our first response. Thank you very much.
Member Mulder, on behalf of Member Albert, do you have a supplementary question? I suspect not.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chair of Chairs. I'll be short. Yes, on behalf of the Freedom Front Plus, we are very concerned that there are too many areas where priorities lies outside of the province to the detrimental effect of service delivery in the province, and we really hope that the province of Gauteng would be able to obtain more powers in the future to actually oversee over this. Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Thank you, Member Mulder. You may continue also with your own question.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Just hold, Chief Whip.
No, thanks. I think as we appreciate the proceedings and the front table, I know there's a lot of issues we raised in the programming meetings that have been resolved. But there are rules in terms of questions. A question can be repeated. And now and again, a question is repeated. The MEC states that this question has been asked previously. It's asked within another 6 months. And that question has been permitted. We need to work on those because it's one of the things we've identified as actually ensuring that we have 40 questions, 39 questions, and it ensures that we are now in violation of the rules. Thank you very much.
Thank you, noted, Chief Whip. Member Mulder, you can continue.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chair of Chairs. My question will be short. To the Honourable MEC for Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, can the Honourable MEC indicate the following regarding the decay of service delivery in Gauteng local government? Gauteng's municipalities and metros are facing a severe and detrimental decline in service delivery with persistent challenges in water provision, waste management, road maintenance, and the other essential services. This deterioration is increasingly affecting residents' quality of life and eroding public trust in local government. What does the Honourable MEC consider to be the root cause or primary reasons for this ongoing decay in municipal and metro service delivery in the province over the past 30+ years? And furthermore, what drastic, concrete, time-bound and realistic interventions does the Honourable MEC plan to implement during the next 12 months to address these failures? Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chair of Chairs.
MEC, Mama Bolo.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Chair of Chairs. Let me acknowledge the question from Honourable Mulder, and the reply goes as follows. I think conceptually, Honourable Mulder, you might have to clarify just why your period goes up to only the last 30 years. I think that's just a matter that I want to place on record for you to consider and perhaps maybe to clarify, not in the House at some point. So the reply to the first question goes as follows. There are multiple factors that impact and, of course, account for the challenges of service delivery in Gauteng municipalities. We have met with the key stakeholders in the province, all our municipalities, practitioners, highly experienced professionals and experts in local government, and they have agreed that if we address the following issues, we should be able to attend to the problems that are facing municipalities, and this was in the turnaround summit that was held in October 2024. The very first one, and I won't elaborate for time, Chair, is that we need to look at, of course, poor and inadequate capital expenditure that affects service delivery and infrastructure development. The fact that there's been massive growth in population, but the fiscus has been challenged, infrastructure that was not historically built adequate enough to cover everybody, and of course some of the new, outdated technologies that affect infrastructure like old water pipes underground, of asbestos and so on and so on. So that is the problem that has been identified. The second one is financial management. This question talked to financial sustainability of municipalities. The second one is overall challenges of governance and the need to comply with the legislation and various laws, including the Constitution. And the fourth one that has been identified is institutional and administrative capabilities. The fifth one is to make sure that we can grow local economy in what is called local economic development, and of course issues that impact the investment space, particularly for high impact infrastructure projects to create jobs, to grow the economy, to empower the people. The sixth one that has been identified is partial restructuring. This is also identified as one of the big issues. The need to leverage smart technologies, that also because of the fourth industrial revolution, and of course the migration of various services and industries across the globe to digital platforms. So these are some of the issues that have been raised and identified that if we address them, we will go a long way to addressing challenges that faces our municipalities. The last part of the question is about, so what are we going to do in the next 12 months to address these failures? And the reply is that, we have got key performance indicators of the turnaround, and those that have been issued in circular, I think it's 88 by National Treasury, which also map out some of the key performance indicators that we need to look into. Our priorities are no different from actually. Our priorities are those in the G13 problems that the Premier of the province has put at the center and mainstreamed in the province for the province, provincial government and municipalities. So those are the issues that we are looking at, and for this financial year, we seek to address those 13 problems and of course make sure that we can improve the quality of lives of the people by attending to the G13 issues, and I'll not want to go into details about that. Of course, we have got to talk about what will be done quarter, 6 months, and of course the third quarter, the last quarter. So those we will come back to, but what is important is, let me say to the House, all our municipalities, as we started last week Friday, we have got what we call G13 Fridays. So we are attending to service delivery issues detailed in the G13 every Friday. And we started last week, we'll be continuing this week. So we will be able to indicate impact, timelines, what is next and what's going to happen. But for this financial year, the turnaround will be focused on the G13, and we have also unleashed a massive intergovernmental relations program every week where we meet Monday, Tuesday, the whole week to resolve some of the problems that are identified in the G13. And to that extent, honourable members will continue to update the House. Thank you very much.
Member Mulder, do you have a supplementary question or short remark to make?
Thank you, Honourable Deputy of Chairs. Thank you, Honourable MEC, for your answer. I'll be short with my comment, and if we can all agree, and I'm sure that we do, that there are certainly lots of failures in the local government in Gauteng. If this problem could be treated as a portfolio of failures, as far as infrastructure, finance, procurement, capacity and accountability is concerned, it should be addressed in parallel. And time will tell within the next 12 months whether there would be enforceable measures, and that will be decisive. Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Thank you, Member Mulder. Member Diacher, May you please ask the question on behalf of Member Ntseke?
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. With regards to caregivers in Gauteng, could the MEC please indicate, number one, how many caregivers are there in Gauteng? Number two, how many of them have submitted Form 7? Number three, how many of them have received Form 8? Number four, how many applied and had negative findings against them? And number five, how are caregivers vetted for older persons, children, and for persons with disabilities? Thank you.
MEC Mazibuko, ungaphendula umbuzo.
Sibonga kakhulu Somlong. In responding to the first question, the term caregiver is very broad, and within the context of social development, it is applied as stipulated in legislated mandates. In terms of the Children's Act, a caregiver is any person other than a guardian or a person who factually cares for a child, whereas in terms of the Older Persons Act, a caregiver is any person who provides care. Now, we have the following in Gauteng. For the program on older persons, there are 124 caregivers. For children services, which includes foster parents, temporary safe care, heads of child and youth care centers, we have 29,402. For HIV and AIDS, we've got 5,369. In responding to question number 2, Form 7 in terms of Children's Act refers to a medical report and age assessment of a child under Section 48, subsection 2. This form is completed by a medical personnel to be able to determine the age of a child. Form 8, on the other hand, is a court-issued certificate estimating the child's age. Therefore, caregivers do not submit Form 7. Within the context of Criminal Law, Sexual Offences and Related Matters Amendment Act of 2021, Form 7 and 8 are for vetting against the National Register for Sex Offenders. Management and administration of these forms is the mandate of the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development. Applications by employers and employees are submitted directly to them, and outcomes are communicated directly to the applicants. Verified data of actual number of Form 7s that have been submitted by caregivers could not be obtained by the department from the Department of Justice due to high number of volumes of applications. In responding to question number 3, verified data of actual number of Form 8 received by caregivers could not be obtained from the Department of Justice. In responding to question number 4, the National Register of Sexual Offenders is confidential. Therefore, the Department of Social Development does not have access to that register. In responding to question number 5, all caregivers working with children are vetted against the National Child Protection Register using Form 29 and Form 30. Additionally, the department has made provisions under Section 78 of Children's Act for vetting of everyone who works with children against the National Sex Offenders Register. Criminal law, which is Sexual Offences and Related Matters Act, makes provision for vetting against the National Register for Sex Offenders. This act prescribes that all persons working with vulnerable groups, that is your children, elderly, and disabled, should be vetted against this register. This vetting process is currently underway against all registered NPOs in partnership with the Department of Social Development and Justice. The Department of Justice will be rolling training and capacity building to all NPOs that are funded by the department to make them aware of this legislated requirement. Thank you.
Member Diacher, any supplementary question?
No, thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Thank you, MEC.
Thank you. In terms of the time that was agreed to by the Chief Whip and other political parties, we have now come to the end of the time for oral questions. We'll now move to almost the last item, which is going to be in terms of Rule 137, subsection 5, which reads as follows. If a question for a written reply is not responded to within the stipulated time frame and no extension is requested by the member of the Executive Council during the next question day, the relevant member of the Executive Council must provide an oral explanation in the House for his or her failure to reply to the questions and still hand over the written reply to the table. MECs are requested not to reply to the question, but to provide an oral explanation for his or her failure to reply to the question and forward the reply to the question to the table. I will now call Acting MEC Diale Tlabela to kindly explain on behalf of the MEC for Sports, Arts and Culture why the House question number 5 SP 046, S5 SP 049, and 5 SP 050 was not responded to. I'll now give Acting MEC to give an oral explanation on behalf of the MEC for Sports, Arts and Culture and Recreation.
Siyabonga somlo. Mina ngizophuzisa umsobho inyama engayihlanga. Banginike namhlanje ukuthi ngizophendula. Mangizawuphendula into engazazi mina somlo. Ngiyabonga kakhulu.
Hayi bengicela uMEC Tlabela.
Utlabela ungena pha yimo actor.
Uyo actor?
Yebo, yimi engisegollywood. Yimo osegollywood.
Honorable Chair of Chairs.
Yebo.
Manje awunikwanga impendulo.
Cha, mhlonishwa.
Okay.
Angizinikwanga ingako ngisho ngithi.
Okay, Chief Whip. Chief Whip, please help. Chief Whip.
Honorable Chair of Chairs, just before the MEC comes in, respectfully. Chair of Chairs is 2 o'clock.
Yeah, Chief Whip, as I indicated, this is, Chief Whip, let me clarify. The oral questions we have done with, this is a separate item, which was the last item in terms of responding, in terms of section 37.5, yeah. So the MEC, acting MEC, has indicated that she did not receive the reasons. So that concludes, thanks to the parties' whips, that concludes the business of the day. The next sitting is on the 23rd of September, 2025.
There are several here. What's happened to the other ones?
The answers have been received.
The ATC. Okay, Mr. Deputy Chair of Chairs, yes. I think we've had this conversation in our workshop, but if the rule is read as it is written, once the deadline has been missed, they have to explain. They can't submit after the deadline. Thank you.
Okay. We'll look into the rules and give an explanation on the next sitting of the 23rd. And that concludes the meeting of today. The House is now adjourned.